nurturing of our local culture in the market. A strong Emirati workforce is not just good for business, it's good for UAE, it's good for the national economy as well. Over the past few years, the UAE has seen remarkable economic growth rates across nearly all sectors and activities, underlying the country's proactive vision. The UAE witnessed growth in labor market, posting 12% growth in the total workforce and 17% increase in the number of the companies in 2024. In addition to that, skilled labor grew by 13.23%, driven by a 32.16% figure in the private establishment entering the UAE labor market in 2024. Very notable here was the proportion of the youth, who represent nearly 55% of the total employment in UAE private sector, as per the labor market data published by Mohri. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, the UAE marked growth commanded the attention of the various international organizations, securing the country's spot at the top of the global competitiveness indicators. For its significant efforts to foster supportive business environment and attract global talent and implement forward-looking policies, the UAE ranked first globally on several key indices, including the employment rate, workforce participation, redundancy cost, low rate of labor dispute, and working hours as well. The commendable success was made possible by UAE's robust, outstanding, and holistic legislative framework. Over the past few years, the labor market saw a range of new regulations rolled out to streamline operations and enhance workforce protection. The new legislation set unified general rules for employment for the first time in the country, regulating employment relationships, setting up various welfare initiatives and programs for the employees, such as the unemployment insurance scheme and saving schemes, to offer additional protection for the workers, and outlining the rights and obligations of the domestic workers and their employers. With that being said, esteemed partners, Emiratisation was always the core of the aspiration and policies, and this set the stage for truly remarkable result in 2024. For the first time, the number of Emirati employed in the UAE private sector, over 131 by end of 2024, making 192.5 increase since the launch of NAFIS's program. This is due to collective efforts, the government and the private sector, and most importantly, the talented Emirati as well, joining the workforce. Progress was also driven by new Emiratisation regulation introduced in 2022, which requires all companies with the 50 employees and above to increase percentage of Emiratisation by 2% annually, with the aim of reaching at least 10% by 2026, with a minimum of 1% minimum every 6 months. In addition, since 2024, since private sector companies with 20 to 49 employees have been mandated to hire at least one Emirati in 2024 and another one in 2025. The ministry regularly assesses the effectiveness of the Emiratisation effort and addressing challenges such as the skill gaps, aligning education with the labor market needs, particularly in emerging sectors like AI, where specialized talent in high demand. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Human Resources and Emiratisation recognizes that, like with the new idea, challenges will arise. And with that in mind, we invested considerable effort and resources to launch a range of government initiatives designed to empower you in the journey. The NAFIS program is a prominent example of these initiatives. It's your one-stop shop of Emirati recruitment, in addition to the on-job training and apprenticeship program. Imagine a pool of pre-vetted qualified Emirati candidates readily available to join your team. That's the power of NAFIS. In addition to that, NAFIS offers the UAE's National Salary Support Scheme, shoulder some of the financial burden that typically comes with the hiring any employee. That was also motive behind other initiatives like unemployment benefit, child allowance, pension program, and career counseling. And this is just a name of few. The ministry committed to doing everything our capacity to make the private sector an attractive and rewarding place for Emirati ambitious to flourish. We are also heavily investing in educational programs that equip Emiratis the most sought after skills in today's job market, such as healthcare, industrialist, and technical specialist, or teaching specialist program focus on hiring future leaders in key sectors. Nevertheless, there is still plenty of room for growth, and it's with the potential in mind that we are launching this public-private partnership guide on Emiratisation today as a means to bring these elements closer together and enable the private sector to play an even greater role in unlocking the full potential of Emiratisation. And that is because a strong Emirati workforce benefits everyone. Companies that embrace Emiratisation experience a boost in innovation, a deeper understanding of the local market, and enhanced brand reputation. Studies have shown that diverse workforce lead to increased customer satisfaction and improved problem-solving capabilities. In conclusion, we acknowledge the challenges companies face in meeting their Emiratisation target. Recruiting, training, retaining top talent requires strategy planning and ongoing effort. However, the government remains firmly committed to supporting your actions. On behalf of the Ministry of Human Resources, I extend our appreciation to all our partners, public and private, who continue to play a vital role in translating Emiratisation from policy to action. Emiratisation is not just a government initiative. It is a national obligation for all successful future and shared responsibility. The government and the private sector must work hand in hand, and we urge you all to leverage the resources provided to you, including new guide, to play a part of achieving our Emiratisation goal. Together, we can make Emiratisation even bigger success story. Thank you all for being here and for your commitment to building a brighter future for the UAE. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your leadership and insight as we move towards an empowered and skilled Emirati workforce. So, ladies and gentlemen, our next session focuses on one of the most critical factors in Emiratisation success, retaining and engaging Emirati talent. Moderated by Mahesh Shahdatpuri, founder and CEO of TASC Group, this session brings together experienced HR leaders to share flexible strategies. Please welcome Amal Al-Tineji, Strategic Planning and Excellence Director at NAFIS, and Nasser Al-Balushi, Managing Director, UAE Shalhoub Group, to the stage.
Thank you all for making this event a big success. And thank you to the dignitaries here. Thank you to the government. Thank you to many of our customers to come here. I think I echo a lot of the sentiments. We are a family who's been here 37 years. And I echo the sentiment that Dr. Farida just said. A happy nation and a prosperous nation is where there is a happy community and a happy society, and that comes out of a sense of responsibility, shared values, and a public-private partnership. Jumping into this particular question, which is probably in a lot of people's minds, is Emiratisation, retention, and engagement strategies. And I would like to welcome Amal from NAFIS and Nasser from the private sector, from the Shaloub Group. Welcome, both of you. Good morning.
Good morning.
So let's just jump into it. I think we're going to talk about what practical steps can employers take to make a future-ready and inclusive workforce. The first question I think on everybody's mind is, what, say, are the top 3 factors that influence the Emiratis' decision to stay in the organization? Nasser, if you want to go first, and we'll then hear the government perspective.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good morning. It's really a pleasure to be here. Thank you for TASC Group for giving us the opportunity actually to share and exchange thoughts about how we can actually drive Emiratisation forward. So I do appreciate being part of Emiratisation Summit today, and thank you for the opportunity, Mahesh and the team. If I take a step back to say that when it comes to Emiratisation, we are very fortunate to be in UAE. We do have the visionary leadership that actually trying to do as much as it can to make sure that Emiratis are integrated within the whole ecosystem that we have and be an integral part of the economy. And then we have this great collaboration and partnership between the public, naming few of them, the Ministry of Human Resources and Emiratisation, NAFIS, which my colleague Amal will be representing, and the local ones like Dubai Government Human Resource Department. That kind of unique partnership and collaboration between the private and public actually is helping a lot to boost whatever effort has been given by the private sector to engage and attract Emiratis. And third, I think Her Excellency Farida just mentioned it, we do have great talent among us, Emiratis, and this is a country where it was established from the inception by Emiratis. I mean, whenever you look at coming from private sector, most of our public or private groups actually were started by young, talented Emiratis who had a vision, and we were supported by the ecosystem that we have in UAE. For us at Shaloub Group, being in this region for more than 70 years, we believe that to ensure that Emiratisation is going in the right direction, you need to focus on upskilling your talent. You need to make sure that they are well integrated in the fabric of the organization so they feel inclusive. And this is something that we are very proud of in Shaloub Group as part of our diversity drive to ensure that the national talent are empowered and integrated into the fabric and the culture of the group itself. And lastly, it's the career growth. And this is something that actually play a big role because once they get in, they would like to see what's next for them. And this is, by the way, this is not only the Emiratis. It's not only the youth, it's everybody. They like to know where they're going to be heading if they can fulfill the requirement of the role itself. So those 3 things that I think play key role in retaining Emiratis and engaging them.
Thank you, Nasser. That was really nice, the way you summarized it. Amal, what do you think? What is the government doing to support this?
So first of all, thank you so much, Mahesh, for having me here representing the Emirati Talent Competitiveness Council and NAFIS program. To add to Nasser's point, I think the focus areas currently for Emiratis is the visibility in terms of their career path, as well as the alignment with their academic qualifications against the job that they are performing today. And lastly, obviously, the competitive compensation. And how NAFIS tackles some of these matters is through the targeted skills development programs that today are tailored for specific fields, occupations, programs. Today we've got development programs that offer training in terms of raising certain competencies and skills, for instance, the teaching specialties, the healthcare sector, AI, media apprenticeship, and so much more. On the compensation part, we obviously, Her Excellency touched upon it in terms of the financial support that we provide today as one of NAFIS main programs. And we try to compensate or as a top-up provide that financial support to smoothen the transition of Emiratis into the labor market, making it more attractive and sustainable.
Since we're on this, Amal, I think maybe the audience would like to hear a little bit more. When we talked last, you had mentioned to me a lot about the leadership programs. I think you even sent people to Singapore. You want to just touch a little bit light on that?
So in partnership with the Government Leadership Program, we have launched the second cohort of NAFIS Leadership Program, which is a program designed to polish the leadership skill of emerging leaders of the private sector. So the program currently exists for the public, and we wanted to create something very similar for those Emiratis working in the private sector. The program is a 6 months intense program that goes through an online assessment and then a thorough physical assessment and then lastly one-to-one interviews. And today we're happy to say we've got 26 participants, Emirati participants as part of that program from different sectors. We've got the banking, the healthcare, agriculture, all going through this program that touches upon innovation, AI, mastering negotiation, dealing with the media, and people management. And during the course, they work or discuss or get to have the opportunity to meet leaders both locally and internationally. As you said, part of the program is a Singapore trip where they look into how some of the success stories of the Singaporean leaders today and where they were and how they have become. So it's a fantastic program, and honestly we urge all private sector employers here today to push their Emiratis and encourage them to participate and enroll in the next cohort.
I mean, it's really interesting. I think some of you can sit down if you like. There are some empty chairs, but it's really interesting to hear that the government is really supporting the Emiratis in the private sector so much. Nasser, back to you. The Shaloub Group does a lot. And the reason we are dwelling a little bit more on this is because, retention, to increase retention, one has to go and see, of course, beyond salary. So Nasser, tell us, what is Shaloub Group doing? I know you're doing a lot of good work.
Thank you, Mahesh. I think the first thing started with listening to our people. And this is something that we take it very seriously. We do it internally, and we do it through third party, where we do have those engagement surveys going on outside for our associate. So we listen to what really matters to them. And this includes everybody. Then we dissect the information itself to see what we can do more when it comes to certain segment of our population. For example, for nationals, one of the areas that we know that our people are so keen about is career growth, career progression. So the way that we address it in Shaloub Group, we wanted to make sure that we look at the whole chain from the start, from the recruitment, because that's where it starts, making sure that the people know what they're coming to. They know what's expected from them, and they know what's in it for them also. So the onboarding is very critical for us. And then we start with our Retail Academy, which is part of Shaloub University. It is a hybrid model where it is digital as well as in person, and it is in D3, Design District, Dubai Design District. And there where people, most of the people who are coming to retail, they will get their first learning to make sure that they are upskilled. As you know, that most of the Emiratis, for them, retail, luxury retail especially, is not something that they've been doing for long. They have the passion for it, so it's our duty to make sure that they are upskilled to the point that they can actually deliver what's requested from them. And it's not only about retail in store. We do have our Well-Being Academy, part of the Shalhoub University, to ensure that also that matter is also looked after. And we recently introduced the AI Academy, which is mainly focusing right now on the digital platforms, because part of our AI strategy is to make sure that our population is well aware of what generative AI is and what robotics will actually impact their business. So I'm glad that 50% of our Emirati population already been through this training. And then it goes actually further on. So if they are in retail, we have what we call CRQ. Then we have the leadership level 1, and we have the leadership level 2. We put a bit of more emphasis on the women, so we do have Women in Leadership program. And for that, it's not just in-house. We bring in the expert from around the world, different topics that they actually go through that term of the leadership program of Women in Leadership. And then we have what we call BOLD program, which is meant to be more for business-oriented people, and that's also open for Emiratis as well as non-Emiratis, which include trip to of Paris and other areas. And we have what we call the platform for the leadership. It's for the emerging talent and for the executive leadership. We call it Lead Forward, and that includes about globally for Shalhoub 200 plus leaders, and there are many. There are about 4% of them are nationals. And we are proud that some of the Emiratis actually onboarded that program. Besides that, we have what we call the Shadow Board Advisory Board, which is called NEXT in Shalhoub. And in that also we have nationals, and we have one of our Emiratis is part of that. It's a very close circle nationals that look, advisory board that look after the whole group globally. We talk about 16,000 plus employees. We talk about being 8 countries. So to have an Emirati within that advisory board is something that's refreshing. And she's senior marketing manager, and actually she leads the marketing efforts of our flagship store, Level Shoes in Dubai Mall, which is one of the mega businesses that we have in Shalhoub Group. So for it to be managed by an Emirati, together with few of the team actually are Emiratis, it's something that's refreshing. And this is because of all those touch points we had. We do have apprenticeship, we have the work placement, and we do have, of course, our national graduate program. And my colleague, Director of Nationalization, Talent Management, is actually revamping the whole things because we believe that there's always area to improve. So those are some of the touch points. And definitely, if this wasn't being possible without the collaboration that we get from different entities, like NAFIS, like Department of Human Resources at Dubai Government, like DCT, Dubai College of Tourism, which actually is supporting us also to better define the curriculum around those learning touch points.
Nasser, I mean, I lost count of the initiatives that Shalhoub Group does under your leadership. There's really so much. In fact, I think you can have a class for the private sector. It's really so much. The guidebook that will be launched, the 3rd edition this year, says job security is one of the most important, other than the compensation for the Emiratis. It's 42.91%. And career path, which you talked a lot about, and NAFIS supports a lot in the learning and development, that is 37.22% important for the Emiratis. Let's talk a little bit about a third thing, which is company culture, which is 28.93% of the Emiratis surveyed, and we surveyed almost about 2,500. The company culture is very important. Any thoughts around how you build or help build an integration culture of the expats and Emiratis? How do you do it?
Okay, if you like me to answer that one, I would be very happy. If you look at Shalhoub Group, we are a group that has more than 120 nationalities. So it's not, it is something that we are very proud of. And actually, with the way that we look at Emiratisation, it's that it's part of our diversity drive as well as the excellence drive that we are proud of. And as I mentioned in the beginning, one of the major things that making sure that Emirati will stay around and actually will be retained is to make sure that they are well integrated into the culture of the organization. And to do that, it's all about the mindset. There's a lot of work done by NAFIS, by Ministry of Human Resource and Emiratisation, to change the mindset of the Emirati themselves about the private sector, because it's actually a land of opportunity for anybody to grow within the private sector. This is coming from somebody who started in Air Force as an officer and now in private sector. So I saw both sides, and there's opportunity in both, but the opportunities are endless in the private sector for growth. So coming back to the Ministry of Human Resource, for NAFIS, for the great work they're doing actually to change the mindset of the talent, we at Shalhoub also wanted to make sure that we actually complement that with working also with the mindset of our colleagues within Shalhoub itself, to make sure that they do see it as a value add. They do see Emiratisation as something that it's part of our diversity drive. So we've been doing a lot of those workshops with our managers on how to better integrate Emiratis into the fabric, because let's face it, it is a challenge sometimes when you work with 120 plus nationalities to ensure that they all are respectable of the cultural sensitivity sometimes. So it takes some efforts, and this is something that we are very proud we've done it right. Is there room for improvement? Definitely there is. And there is also that side from our Emiratis. So we always in that constant drive to improve it from both sides. And we made sure that the buy-in starts from the leadership. And we are very proud that our group CEO, our chairman, our president, and our ex-com actually are the key driver for Emiratisation. Even when it comes to creating that culture of where Emirati feel they are very welcomed, they are appreciated for what they are, and they are actually valued for the contribution they actually have on our business. We are a retail business. Big segment of our customers are actually Emiratis and people who live in this region. So nobody knows what they want and how to connect with them, how to build that relationship as it is with the Emiratis. Of course, they need to be upskilled, and that's our duty. But we need to make sure that the work environment itself is helpful, is encouraging them to be their best. And that's what we're trying to do with those touch points.
Thank you. Amal, would you like to add?
100%. So I totally agree with what you've just mentioned, Nasser. I think in terms of cultural alignment, it starts from day one during the onboarding process, the induction program. It's very important to emphasize the organizations and the cultural values to the new employees. Incorporating that eventually into the training programs during the meetings, and that would eventually result in creating that sense of belonging that that you were talking about, and the shared purpose they would like to eventually see and have within the entity.
Excuse me, just going on with that, I believe NAFIS also provides career counseling services. You want to talk a little bit about that, how that might even impact that integration?
100%. So in terms of the NAFIS Career Counseling Program, it is out there and available for all Emiratis, whether they're job seekers or employed already in the private sector. And so a lot of our counselors today are available in terms of mentoring, coaching, how to draft your CV, how to conduct an interview with an entity. A lot have benefited from the program and have been able to pass the interviews from the very start into the private sector. And it creates that kind of again, smooth transition as they enter a very competitive working environment such as the private sector.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. Nasser, moving back to you, Amal just touched upon something very important that came out from our survey, which was 75% of Emiratis are looking for a sense of meaning and purpose in the organization. What does Shaloub Group do?
I like what you said, Amal. Honestly, that sense of belonging is very critical because that's where the whole thing, the whole landscape change. And if you allow me just 1 minute on that.
Please take your time.
We are fortunate to have a great leader among us. He's currently the chairman, but he used to be the group CEO, who was very keen on meeting every single Emirati that joined our business as much as he can. So we used to have, with the help of the team, what we call it the morning breakfast. So it starts, and he just listened, and he tell them about his story. But that was one of the great touch points. And as you said, Amal, rightly said, it's all start from the beginning, you know. And that's one of the things that we are very proud of, and we're still doing that. We call it Coffee with the Presidents. So, and that's open for, sometimes we restrict it for Emiratis, sometimes we open it up just as a part of integration with the wider population. And we, of course, we celebrate the Momentum Days in UAE together with our colleagues, like whether it's Emirati Women Day, whether it's National Day, whether it's different days throughout the year. And our leadership makes sure that they are there with us to give that we are part of this country. And this is something that makes the whole difference. And going back to your question about sustainability, I will share with you our group sustainability report, which is something that we are very proud of. Shaloub Group is actually a member of UN Compact group, which is overlooking women empowerment, making sure of the diversity drive. So that's at the UN level. And also, our chairman used to be the president of the local chamber here in the GCC area. So when it comes to matters to do with any matter to do with sustainability, whether it's integration of the youth or the women empowerment or its environment, you will see us there. We are committed as a group that to be net zero by 2040. We were not pushed to be commit ourselves. We did it because we believe in it. We are transforming our fleet to electrical EV cars, just to make sure that we minimize. We actually now mandate our suppliers that they sign, that they comply with the human rights, and also that they make sure that they comply with the requirement of environment. So we're trying to go even the extra step to influence the whole supply chain, because we are at the end of it, but there are many touch points that we need to work on. We are very keen on making sure that new brands that we bring in to this region is actually sustainable, like Farm Rio. Stella McCarthy, at one point also we had it, and that's fully sustainable. And we're trying to work now, we have a program called Ufuk, which we started with LVMH, Amar, Addar, MAF, and that is more about how we can reduce the energy consumption. We have our solar panel in our head office in Jafza, both of them warehouses, and that's part of the thing that we do. But above all, it's actually the focus that we do to shift that kind of like mindset of our people to be more mindful about what they can contribute. When it comes to matters to do with what happened recently in the conflicts, I'm very proud that our colleagues actually were part of packaging and distributing food, and also collaborating with certain entities like Mohammed bin Rashid Global Initiative and others to help people in needs in Gaza, in Lebanon, in Morocco, in Turkey before that, and in Syria. So, and this is something that we promote a lot. And volunteering been always there. During Ramadan, our chairman was part of those volunteers. We had more than 270 volunteers. Good number of them were Emiratis. And that's all just part of what we do. And yeah, I wouldn't take more time on that.
That's amazing. I mean, just to share that at TASC, we are actually blessed to be in the business of people. So our purpose is creating opportunities, impacting lives. And I routinely tell my people that, when there is somebody's job, when they start a career with us, or when they leave, or sometimes, God forbid, there are incidents where, life happens and people pass away in different countries. I tell them that it's more important to, your behavior is more reflective of who you are as a company when you come to the aid of somebody in need and trouble. So we have those values. Also, I would like to add that the new generation that is coming is really concerned about the planet and sustainability. They do need a sense of purpose. And more we see, compared to the generations before, is that employees are asking, why am I doing what I'm doing? And I think building that is extremely important. You want to say something?
I love what you said, because we, through our intelligence team, we did survey for both Gen Z, and we had a survey done by, and was published by Her Excellency Uhud about Gen Alpha. And both of them, when it comes to what actually make the difference, it was, I would like to be associated with something that has meaning to it. And this is something that we take it to the heart when it comes to Shahoob Group. We tell people that you are not just joining a luxury retail who's shaping the market, you're actually joining an entity that care about the planet, the community, and the partners. And we are here to make a positive impact on people's life. That's why we always highlight what they can do beside having this kind of career with us at Shahoob Group. It's what impact they can be part of in the community, which of course, as you said, it means a lot, especially for the young generations.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I still remember an example by our team when they came back from an art, they were helping kids with art. And I think it was challenged kids. And they said that was the best experience they ever had. So I think this has become very important as part of the general job on this. Amal, would you like to talk anything about, there was some discussion Nasser said about women empowerment. And I heard that you support in, I think, on-site care or children allowance. What does NAFIS do to support families?
So we support in certain, in different ways. One of them is the child allowance that we currently provide to parents. Today, the child allowance exists for the government employees, and we have, as part of NAFIS, we have done so for those who are entering the private sector. So it's an amount of 600 dirhams per child. That is given directly to the employee who works in the private sector to support his family. This year is the year of community, and so we haven't been just doing financial support or such programs. We're also conducting some discussion forums. So we've had one recently during Ramadan for the elderly people, where NAFIS Youth Council, our representatives from the private sector have led this forum and have invited Thamra, which is a small entity in which kids at the age of 8 and 10 work or are part of it. So that we had a beautiful little girl who was a sales representative talking and speaking to the elderly about her experience in the working life. In general, it just creates that kind of sense of community and readiness to enter the market. So I think some of these initiatives that NAFIS currently leads with the NAFIS Youth Council contributes a lot to that sense, I guess.
Thank you for sharing. Nasser, moving on to another topic, the Emiratis, like many communities, but particularly so, are very connected to family and community, like Amal said. What is your policy for work from home and remote working?
I'm going to be promoting now Shahoob Group here. I'm very proud to say that Shilhub Group is among few companies actually was awarded the Parents Friendly Award by His Highness Sheikh Sayyidi Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, and it was given to our group CEO Michael Shilhub. And that itself tells you how much we care about the support that we give for the parents to make sure that they are supported during this period. We are one of the few groups that actually grant fathers 30 days paid leave. I don't think that anyone else, as far as I know, do that. I know there's 10% in this region, but I'm not sure who are the other ones. And we do give 90 days paid leave for the mothers. And we're launching actually, it's next week, we're launching a community dedicated only for mothers to give that extra support to them among themselves. And of course, the things that to do with being very flexible with the expecting mothers is there to the extreme. And we do have examples among us here, I'm not gonna shout their name, who actually were given the chance to go to part-time during that period, then move back again to full-time. And this is supported by the group. It's not just a call of one person or a manager. So aside from the 3 months for the mothers, 1 month for the fathers, we do have the flexi work system where we introduce that I'm talking about the back end office, they can work 2 days remotely. They need to arrange that with their manager based on the business needs. So that's 2 days a week. And we do have flexi hours even during the days that they are in office. They need to be in office from 10 to 4, but that before and after, that's something they can manage it with their managers. We do have what we call it, and this is something that our Emiratis and non-Emiratis to take an average, leverage on it. We have what we call it for working from abroad. Every year, you are allowed to work 4 weeks from abroad. As long as you can sustain that from 10 to 4, you can be online. So it wouldn't work for people in Australia or in US, but people like from Europe, most of the Asian countries, Arab countries, they can still leverage that. And that's open for everybody. So there are multiple things, but the main thing that makes a difference, Mahish, is that the mindset of the leadership, that this is something we should be proud of, that we do have people who actually, going through this cycle of their life where they need to be supported. So that kind of support and mindset that we need to support, whether they're expecting parents, whether they're mothers or even fathers during that period. And the good thing, even going back to the parent leave, you can take it as you wish. It's not like you have to take it right away, because you can manage it between you and your spouse that you would like to take it later on. So you have that leverage to take it even further down the road if you want it. That's one of few of the things that we do have in Shilhub Group that support mothers and support fathers and support the family, because at the end of the day, we are a family-built group. And that tells you a lot about who we are.
Yeah, you definitely.
Quite impressive what Shilhub is doing. I think such initiatives just go a long way in retaining employees and ensuring that their participation is continuous. And it just, wow.
Yeah, I mean,
quite impressive.
You set a very high bar, actually. You probably caused a lot of trouble for the rest of us here, but it's...
We try to work it out for our frontliners because they are also big population. Yeah. We managed for Emiratis to make the work days 5 days instead of 6. We managed to do it for everybody else after they finish 2 years, but for Emirati from day 1. And we're trying to also to accommodate Emiratis who would like to continue their studies, because that's also something sometimes families are hesitant for their kids to go fully to work while not continuing their studies. So we do have the part-time also as an option.
Amazing. Well done. Well, maybe my last question, there cannot be any panel session without, a word on AI. Our survey shows that 52.26% of Emiratis have a knowledge of AI, basic AI, but familiarity of the concepts, and another 39% know about data analysts and different tools. How is the awareness of AI in the Emiratis? How are you, maybe first, maybe Amal, if you want to say, are there any sector-specific trainings? How are you preparing the Emirati population for this?
So we've already started. AI has now become part of our daily life, and everyone is using ChatGPT and other forms of AI tools. So absolutely, we definitely support from a training perspective, enabling Emiratis to get opportunities and raise their competencies and skills in AI, big data, data science. Some of these programs are readily available on Office platform today. So we're not only looking at having Emiratis joining traditional jobs, but we also want them to contribute to the digital future of the UAE itself. So definitely we're the big supporters of what is coming.
I mean, I think we're blessed to be in this region. The UAE is investing so much into AI. I think it probably had the first AI minister. I remember His Excellency once told me he was 26 or something when he was appointed. So the country is definitely on the forefront of that. So thanks to the government on that. Nasser, what are you doing on AI?
Mahesh, you said is right. You cannot think about AI and you are in UAE, where actually AI is the talk of the day. We had the minister in 2017, His Excellency Omar, but didn't stop there. I mean, look at it, what's happening now. I mean, with the President Trump visiting us, there's so much of investment from UAE actually in US around AI and digitalization. And there's a big drive, whether it's from the whole federal government or local government of Dubai and Abu Dhabi. And I believe that we are on top of it when it comes to Shellhoop Group. We associate ourselves with Microsoft, and now we're looking into other partners where we actually can leverage on the AI, and especially with how to predict the needs of our customers, and also how to anticipate their needs even early on. So in the CRM system, we do have the implementation of AI. We started that, but because we're going through a big transformation in Shellhoop, which is now we partner with SAP and Accession for that, we're actually trying to make sure that AI is on top of the agenda. It's not quite clear to what level, but we made sure that, for example, we implement awareness session for all of our population through our Shellhoop University. So generative AI and the basic of AIs, it's already there. And the good thing about it, Mahesh, at Shellhoop University and through Shellhoop, as general in Shellhoop Group, pioneered by Shellhoop University, we have the capacity to give the access for the people for courses that actually meant for AI and other digital platforms. So we do have the capacity to include courses from Coursera, for example, on top of what we have already, and we have a lot in our Shellhoop University. So those things, making sure that the digitalization and Shellhoop Transform team give that awareness for our people, include some of the Emiratis even in some of those projects, because learning is not only from the classroom. As my colleague Amal said about mentoring, coaching, and also shadowing some of the people who actually work on those projects been actually found to be very beneficial for the Emiratis to gain the knowledge about what's going on in the world of AI.
Yeah, and also in TASC, we use SAP. We are going through transformation. Actually, we are at the forefront in the region for maybe even influencing and thought leadership on future of work. We are creating AI agents now and really seeing how not only we can help our clients, do work with the people we train and give out, but also with a combination of AI agents that we are developing. But it's just amazing to be in this part of the world where we saw Elon Musk and we saw, I think, Ruth, the CEO of Google, and Arvind, the IBM guy, and so many people giving this kind of, we have an operation in Saudi, and I recently heard that NVIDIA is talking to us and so on. But it's great to be in this part of the world with so much awareness and exposure to AI. It's great to be, I guess, an Emirati here as well with so many opportunities. With this, I would like to conclude and thank you both. Thank you, Amal. Thank you, Nasir. And thank you to all of you for, I hope this was useful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Everyone, can you scan the code and give your feedback for this discussion? Thank you to our moderated speakers, Amal Al-Taneji and Nasser Al-Balushi, for sharing valuable insights and plans on retaining and engaging Emirati talent. And a special thank you to our moderator, Mahesh Shahdat Puri, for leading a thoughtful and engaging discuss. Your experiences and insight has given meaningful exchange and a lot to reflect on as we work together for the success of Emiratisation. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you all once again for your time and inspiration. And now, something we have all been waiting for. Any guesses? We are excited. We are excited to launch our Digital Emirati Guide, a powerful, practical tool with key insight, strategies, and takeaway from today's summit. Even if you are starting out or looking to increase your Emiratisation efforts, this guide is designed to support and inspire action. Now, I would like to invite Mahesh Shahdat Puri and Farida Al Ali to unveil Emiratisation Guidebook for 2025. Scan the QR code on the screen now. Download your copy. After this, let's take a short break, grab a coffee, reconnect, and we'll see you all back at 11:15. Ladies and gentlemen, can we see you back at 11, please? Dr. Farida? Shivani? Your Excellency Farida and Your Excellency Ahmed Al-Nasser. And Mahesh, Mr. Mahesh, can you please come to the stage? Up. Your Excellency Ahmed Al-Nasser, can you please come on the stage? And Farida Al-Ali. Shivani.
This whole room is not prepared. So people should come.
For pictures.
For pictures?
Yeah.
Space in the
Can you come to the side? تفضل يا سعادتك.
Yeah.
هاني
Just put on a mic.
Two. Yeah, just to be on this.
Let's stay away. We'll stay away, I think.
We'll stay away.
Just to be on the safe side.
Test 1 2 test test.
Mahesh Koha, but he is done. He wants to speak to Mahesh. Yeah, Mahesh does. You were just
I have to go. Thank you. Thank you.
He should come in 2 minutes because he has to speak to a senior.
اوكي ولا هذه المقابله
to interview me and I'm just not prepared for it.
Great.
No, at least if I
These
know
are your
this.
cards? Your cards?
Yeah, my cards.
We still have like 20 minutes, right?
Yeah.
هاي حصتك انا كنت بدأت بس قلت الوقت مش وقت.
كوزارة دورها حاولت اني اشرح لنا انه جوانب المهمة نتكلم عن واحد. ما في بس ابغى يقولوا لي يعني اساس انه يكون التوضيح موافق يعني just words. كيف البداية تصير يعني فكرة الإماراتيزيشن تغيير المواطن شيء يعني ما أعرف والله يعني شو النظام وأنا يمكن التحويل النوعي يعني السوشيال ميديا بالنسبة هذا سينا بحيث أحكي عن
Can everyone please join us again?
اوكي سوري عن منصة احنا سألوا شوي للدكتور بس كأحد أبرز وكمان إذا فيك تحكي عن دور تاسك بهذا المؤتمر والتنظيم اللي صار يعني التنظيم والجايد بوك من تاسك وراح يسألوك على منصة فارق.
على منصة فارق.
اوكي بس كمان بالأول في يعني أشياء إنه excuse me ma'am we have to stop. Thank you. So just announce
Can everyone please come back to the seat so we can start again next panel?
شكرا سعادتك.
Dear everyone, we are starting again. Come. Yeah, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the networking area, may I please request all of you to please come in the auditorium. We are starting the next panel, please.
Everyone be seated before you start to speak. Better that they will be seated before we start to speak. Let's try to fill the room as much as possible.
Okay. Okay.
start?
No, no, you wait.
Country head at TASC Group. This panel
Everyone, can you please sit? So we can start shortly. Welcome back. Hope you all are refreshed and made some meaningful connections. Next, let's explore data behind the policy. This panel is moderated by Pedro Lazarda, country head at TASC Group. This panel insights from Khalid bin Break, head of Emiratisation at PwC, Ibtisam Abbas, Senior Director at DGE, Uruj Tahir, Senior Vice President, CHRO, UAE Onshore and Banking, MEA Head of Nationalization at Citibank, and Hamdan Al-Dosari, Talent Acquisition Manager from Etisalat. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
Just a moment. Very good morning, distinguished guests, dear speakers. Yeah, it's a big responsibility to make this session interactive and really attractive after the break and after such great introductions and also discussion that Mahesh led. So what we are going to talk on the next 30 minutes will address 6 main points and conclusions that we got this year in our 3rd Emiratisation guide. All of them are very, very interesting, future-looking. Some of them are, as I call, provocative positive, and I will try to make it also with our panelists as much interested as possible. And I would start, and you already got the introduction, so we have Khalid, Ibtisam, Uruj, and also we have, sorry, Amdan from Etisalat. We'll talk a first topic, which is always very controversial, which is salary expectations versus market reality. Is there a gap or it's aligned with market expectations? I start, before I introduce some numbers of the guide of this year, with a sentence that I always share with my teams and in the organizations I've been through along the last 25 years, which is salary increase makes us happy once per year. An healthy workplace keeps us happy throughout the year. Saying that, 74% of the UAE nationals that we spoke with, being employees, they said they are dissatisfied with their current salary. Second note, they expect at least 10% salary increase during the year 2025, knowing as a reference that the GDP last year for the country was 3.8, just as a small comparison, which is important. And as a third note, from the employer offering, many employers, 55%, who are offering salaries between 4,000 dirhams and 10,000 dirhams, are expecting that this part of the market will increase compared with last year on the job offer by 52%. So saying that, my first question is to you, Ruj. How is Citigroup dealing with this reality? Is it, I think it's not working. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Now perfect.
Thank you, Pedro. Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. Absolutely, it's a very interesting topic, and I must say that when it comes to salary expectations and market realities, I believe the focus should not be on whether there is a gap, but rather on how organizations are approaching compensation as a part of a broader employee value proposition. At Citi, our compensation philosophy is based on 3 main factors, which are market competitiveness, internal equity, and strong link to performance. And we also conduct regular market reviews, conduct a competitive analysis to ensure that we are aligned with the industry practices and the standards as well. But more importantly, I believe what we actually look at, we want to ensure that our employees are aware how compensation decisions are made and how our Emiratis can see themselves grow in the organization. And I believe this is the most important factor. While salary, definitely, and certainly it's the most important factor, but it's not the only one. And in many cases, salary or compensation is not the primary driver when it comes to engagement and retention. What's important is that our Emiratis are able to see the overall picture. What are the opportunities available when it comes to career growth? Can they see an inclusive environment? Can they see inclusive culture? A sense of belonging in the organization? And that's what I believe is more important than anything else. So when it comes to organization, I believe the goal should be looking at a holistic picture, looking at what sort of opportunity is going to be there. Yes, compensation needs to be linked with the performance. However, it should resonate the EVP of Emiratis, and that's what's very important, and that's where you will see the lasting impact.
Thank you, Ruj. I fully agree with you. I think it's interesting to compare what Citi is doing and what you just shared with us with these conclusions. And I think here also private sector, also the numbers say that, is moving forward the way retention and career development is being worked, and particularly what are the initiatives, some of them very interesting, and we will listen to them. And Amdan is shaking the head because Etisalat EN is really a great company on that field that really create real retention plans for the UAE nationals, and of course also for the rest of the company. But here it's specifically about the Emiratisation and how we are managing it. Khalid, from PwC perspective, and you have a tremendous strategic operational role in the company, do you see that the salary mismatch is really a reality as employees are stating? Or do you think it's only a trend, a short-term trend, or it's part of a generation we're seeing this?
Thank you, Pedro. Is it clear?
Yeah.
Thank you, and I think on behalf of the panelists, I wanted to start by saying thank you for this opportunity. It's indeed a pleasure to be here, to be talking about a very critical topic, nationalization, which for us is not only a policy and compliance agenda, but it's a societal obligation and it's a commitment to our country. Maybe to start a little bit, talking a little bit about our PwC Emiratisation program, we've launched Watani over 10 years ago, and the intention at the time was to really develop the next generation of leaders, and this was our commitment to the firm. And because my role essentially involves two things, I look after Emiratisation as in the firm, but most importantly, I also support a lot of clients across industry sectors deliver nationalization strategies. So I kind of have both perspectives. And I'd like to say that the disconnect with regards to salary could stem from three things. One, market misalignment. There is a tendency for employers to have outdated compensation structures that do not reflect market realities and the competitive landscape. The second point is the communication gap. We do see a tendency for employers to focus purely on the compensation aspect without looking at the total employment value proposition, things around career development, progression, learning, and what have you. And third, which I think is extremely crucial, and this is a problem that we're seeing quite a lot in the context of employers, is there is a tendency to adopt a one-size-fits-all compensation structure that does not take into the requirements and needs of the different workforce segments. So if you were to ask me what are the three strategies that need to be adopted to solve this, I would say employers should benchmark pay practices regularly. Two, employers should focus on providing a view of the overall employment value proposition as opposed to purely compensation. And finally, based on what we're seeing in terms of trends with regards to Gen Zs now entering the workforce, it's important to personalize compensation because different workforce segments have different needs, and that needs to be communicated. So to us, salary alone is not going to solve the puzzle. It's the employment value proposition, one that reflects purpose, development, and career progression.
Thank you. Yeah, very, very clear also from the perspective that it's a whole combination between salary, emotional salary, career retention, career development. And that's really also part of the conclusions, and we will get that later on, that the guide is touching. Moving into the point number 2, skills alignment versus role creation. And I would like to start with you, Ibtisam. Our guide mentioned that job seekers possess and value communication at 70.7%, leadership at 51.6%, and IT and digital skills at 45.8%. This is a clear trend growing year on year since we start to work on the guidebook, 22, 23, 24, and now 25. Saying that, when we go for the hiring priorities from the market, operations is the most requested, 46.1%, HR administration, 45.6%, and top hiring areas, also on tech roles, are mentioned here with 28%. What changed in the last 2 years that really shows that the skills alignment and the role creation is really making the gap shorter? Because we can see it, huh? But what is the country doing for that based, and you have public and private sector experience, so if you please can share it with us.
Thank you very much, Pedro, and the rest of the panel here. I think this is a very interesting part of the conversation. Skills match is one of the challenges that we're facing for a long time in the industry, where by the time academia is churning out the competent Emiratis or employees per se, the technology has advanced tenfold, and playing catch-up has been a challenge. So I think in the last 2 years, we've been seeing a match in the expectations from the job seekers and the employers kind of close a little bit in terms of they're all looking for good leadership. It's important to both. Excellent communication and technology, as we said. Now, with technology, we see that AI has sped up things. People are able to have access to information in a click of a button. The growth of the skills capability and allowing the closure of that gap to happen is realistically coming to a distinct point where we can leverage on the learning and allow the young people to come into the market better prepared. So I think, yes, there is still a bit of a gap, and it will continue to be there as long as technology is advancing at the pace it's been advancing. But there's also something to gain from that speed of development that we can play catch up. Now, that becomes a role of us as employers to really invest in our talent once they come on board. And this is part of the package. You're speaking about compensation from the perspective of cash, but I think a lot of other benefits in the learning, in the career path, having distinct, clear growth patterns for the Emiratis, this will really help in leveraging this or closing this gap better.
Thank you, Ibtisam. I take that part of the statement of Ibtisam Amdan. Your company is a pioneer taking initiatives, such, for example, the AI Center, which is now very famous on the community. Yeah? Can you share with us what are you doing as best practices to mitigate these gaps?
For sure, yeah. So just to kind of piggyback as to what Ibtisam mentioned, so yeah, I do believe that there is still a gap when it comes to skills, but I believe in order to bridge that gap, there's going to be a lot of introduction to new technology, and AI being one of them as well. So like you mentioned, and I don't mean to promote Ian, but I will.
I did it.
Yeah. So we do have a very fantastic AI graduate academy as well. So I think as one of the largest and one of the oldest organizations that's built on the foundation of Emiratis, I think we have an obligation to kind of introduce these new skills to the youth and to the graduates as well. So I think with AI being kind of like the big trend nowadays, we do have an AI graduate program. We also have our internal AI academy as well, in order to kind of like empower existing employees with the kind of, right skills and whatnot. And we do have a lot of things that are in the works as well, in particular to AI, which I can't reveal at the moment, but, do expect some big things coming from EAND, I would say.
And also, I would connect with another point, and I enter now on my third point, which is NAFIS versus digital recruitment. Amal mentioned it also as a key priority now under the program. You are a tremendous user of NAFIS, and probably one of the biggest one in the countries. NAFIS is ending in 2026. Are you discussing this strategically? I'm saying NAFIS version 1.0.
Yeah.
I think Amal is smiling. Probably there is a version 2.0 coming. We all hope so. How are you facing this, the digital trends versus NAFIS? Because when you look in practice, the amount of impact positively that NAFIS creates to the country, all of us agree it is a tremendous success. How do you look forward after 2026?
So I mean, there is a lot of like strategies and talks obviously at the moment in terms of like, you know, how to move forward from 2026, I would say. But like you mentioned, NAFIS has been a very tremendous kind of partner to us. You know, we have utilized it quite a lot, I would say, and we do have a lot of employees that have been brought under the NAFIS program. And internally, I would say, we've kind of like, you know, created a lot of like these talent development sessions and programs as well for them in order to kind of like, you know, grow within their respective roles and maybe move internally within different positions along the company, because we do have a lot of different departments and it's a huge organization. So again, it's just kind of like adding up to all of like, you know, empowering them with the proper skills and tools in order for them to kind of like, you know, excel and grow within EAND. But in terms of like 2026, we are kind of like in the works, I would say, in terms of like how to move forward from that. But again, we are a technology company, so I would say everything would eventually kind of like add up to kind of like the tech aspect to it at some point.
Thank you, very interesting. Ibtisam, job seekers, 55.9% use NAFIS to look for a job. Is the the biggest platform in the market they use to match for a potential job. Also, for employers, NAFIS remains the most preferred platform. 58% of the companies looking for Emiratis use NAFIS. However, we see a growing trend in the usage of other job platforms. LinkedIn is one of them. Job seekers at different levels also do it. Where do you see the market will go related to this?
So first of all, I have to thank NAFIS and the efforts they've made, because honestly, it's been a tremendous change. I come from an era where finding the right match for an Emirati to the job demand market was very difficult. We didn't know where to start. So we depended on social media or references by mouth, and then sometimes just these campaigns we have with the like Tawdif and the like, those career fairs, but still we were not able to access as many and capable Emiratis like NAFIS has provided the platform for. So with this particular platform, we're seeing a whole lot more of accessibility to the job seekers market. In terms of where is it going in the future, I think I've seen also an improved or increased trend of looking into the social media for like LinkedIn for sourcing of talent. This is becoming more and more increasingly relied on source. I don't know if I can say this, but I feel the previous dependency on specifically recruitment agency alone has shifted, and even the nature of the recruitment agency's role for us has changed as business. We're no longer looking for them to identify individuals to fulfill our particular roles. Now we're more dependent on solution-oriented, recruitment solutions. So I think these new platforms will continue to sustain going forward and grow. I actually think it's something that many companies will continue to utilize. LinkedIn, word of referral, and of course the new NAFIS platform. It will continue to grow.
Indeed, the market is really changing in the recruitment industry from the traditional manpower supply to really management services. And that links with my fourth question, which is the AI readiness of the market versus the need of upskilling. Mahesh mentioned it on his discussion that 52% of the job seekers, they have knowledge in AI, and 53.6% of employees have basic knowledge of AI. I think we all agree that AI is going to be a must on all job profiles and all job descriptions, probably on all skilled workforce for sure, and even the non-skilled workforce will have AI incorporated. So saying that, what and where should be, and the question is to you, Khaled, the key investments for companies on the upskilling immediately on the short term?
Thank you for the question. Look, there's no doubt that AI is transforming the workplace. And we've seen that a lot of companies in the Middle East are investing significantly, and they view AI as a catalyst for growth, innovation, excellence. Now, I completely agree on that. The demand for AI skills is increasing significantly. I mean, we've launched last year our AI Jobs Barometer. This is a publication that looks at 500 million job ads to examine the impact of AI on jobs. And what was interesting was the skills related to AI are increasing across all jobs and sectors. And beyond that, the sectors that are most exposed to AI experience 5 times higher growth in labor productivity. So what that is suggesting is AI is here to stay. We have to embrace it. And beyond that, my perspective is AI is not basically going to end our work. It's a new way of working, basically. And there are 4 strategies that we typically advise our clients to address the AI upskilling agenda. One will be on the collaboration front. There needs to be further alliances forged between government, academia, and businesses to curate and develop upskilling programs related to AI. Second, from an institutional perspective, there needs to be AI embedded in the learning and development agenda for employees, be it on the certification front and what have you. Third is inclusion, and a phenomenal example of this inclusion is how they've recently introduced AI in public schools, which is a phenomenal and provides access to all.
True.
And finally, and I think it's extremely important, AI impacts sectors differently. So the customization aspect and creation of use cases for AI will be extremely, extremely crucial. And I think all of these 4 strategies will help us build and enable the next generation of Emirati workforce.
Oh, amazing, amazing sharings. Uruj, from the Citigroup is a worldwide planet, I would say, in the banking system. How are you facing this? Because it's very challenging to train so many people, not only locally, regionally, but also globally. What is the strategy? But also focusing particularly on and specifically on the Emiratisation side.
So what we do, we talk about always skills of the future. And that's what's important. I think when it comes to skills of the future, you would need to start looking at what are the aspirations of the Emiratis and how we can upskill them. We have talked about AI, and we have recently heard that AI is going to be now the mandatory course in the schools as well, because you're getting everyone prepared from the onset. And exactly the same way, we have to get the Emiratis, our employees, ready for the future skill set. And to get them ready, it's important that you are giving them opportunities. You are putting all sort of a structured plans in place to make sure that they are growing. At the same time, you're giving them some sort of a structured plans in place which are specifically related to Emiratisation. And that's exactly what Citi is doing as well. We have our AI hub, which is focused on it. I mean, from a global bank's perspective, obviously we need to look at from risk and controls perspective as well, that what are the risk and controls that needs to be put in place. However, we are getting our employees prepared. It is the change that happens at not only at an employee's level, but also to make sure that managers are aware of it, that they need to upskill those Emiratis as well as employees. Because in the world of transformation, that's the changes which are happening at the moment, and we are all aware of it. Some of the roles might be obsolete in the future. So how are you going to get them prepared? That's where we actually, from a city's perspective, ensure that our managers are preparing our Emiratis and overall employees as well for the future skill set.
Thank you. Hamdan, anything to add from your side? I cannot resist, because then you will charge me if I don't give you the word on this particular question.
No, I mean, I completely agree as to what Oruj and Khalid mentioned as well. I think it's unavoidable. I think it is the future. I think even at this point, even today, I mean, it is basically integrated into everything that we use, right? Even in terms of like LinkedIn recruitment, in terms of Microsoft Teams, it's integrated into our kind of like our everyday, tools in order to help us either find Emiratis or help us within our everyday kind of job. So yeah, I do believe it is the future, and I think eventually everyone is going to be equipped with the proper skills and knowledge in order to kind of like use it. And I think just to kind of like steal one of the slogans from PwC, I think it is very kind of like tech powered, but it is human enabled, right? So it's human driven at the end of the day. But yeah, it is unavoidable, and I believe it is the future in terms of like everything that we do.
Thank you. We are entering now the final 2 points. The fifth one is retention and target hiring trends. Interesting to see some numbers. 52% of employers report some difficulty in retaining UAE nationals, some difficulty. 25% reporting highly challenging difficulties. And 22% clearly say no difficulties, and this number last year was 42. So from 42 reduced to 22%. Huruj, how shall we read this?
So when it comes to targeted hiring, we need to be aware of it. It helps you achieve your short-term goals, whereas retention is the main driver when it comes to long-term success. I mean, you can hire the best talent available in the market, but if you're not investing in terms of their development, their growth, there's always a risk of losing that talent. And when it comes to Emiratis, we know that there's such a strong Emirati population available. So it's important that you are retaining them. Now, I firmly believe that retention cannot be considered as a standalone initiative. It needs to be embedded with how we hire, develop, and retain our Emiratis. Now, if I talk about City, we have 3 main pillars, and exactly as the same approach that I've mentioned earlier, which is on hiring, development, and retention. And obviously, retention and development, that goes hand in hand. So I'll come to the programs that we offer, but we are also aware of it that with NAFIS going to phase out in 2026, how and what organizations can do to retain the talent. And I think what they need to look at, they need to move towards a sustainable programs available, which is specifically focused on, and these are targeted programs for Emiratis. I'll talk about, which is important, obviously, because Citi is one of the most global banks. We have the global mobility option available for our UAE nationals, and obviously for all the employees. We have UAE nationals who are currently working and have worked in the past outside UAE. Now, we also understand this might not be a priority for all of the UAE nationals. So what we do, we go back and look at it, what sort of other options and aspirations that other Emiratis have that we can support them in terms of their retention. And that's where we often offer the local opportunities which are available. And that we also have a targeted program which are related to job sharing. We have options available of job rotations. We have options available which are international job rotations as a part of our global analyst program or even our local analyst program as well. So these options are available, but at the same time, there has to be a link of your development and advancement through succession planning. So it's a whole structure and a structured way we need to look at it, that how retention can be achieved and it can be long-lasting and impactful. Retention can also be seen with how an employee is recognized and how they are valued in the organization and how Emiratis are being valued in the organization, because you need to create that inclusive environment. And that inclusive environment would help you not only building the jobs, but you're also building the future. And hence the reason I genuinely feel retention is the most important part of, when you're hiring, you're developing your Emiratis.
Thank you. I'm very interested to know more from you, and we can do it after the session, on this expat Emirati program that you have outside of UAE. That's something very interesting also to understand. Thanks for sharing. Khalid, still on this point, I have two numbers from the guide that I really need your input. Employee mobility intent. 53% plan to change jobs within the next 6 months. Last year, the number was 48%. This year is 53%. Is it because the market is much more dynamic, or is it because companies are not capable to retain?
That's a fantastic question, but maybe before I start, I noticed Uruj and Hamdan have been talking a lot about EE and Citibank. Just wanted to let you know PwC and Department of Government Enablement are employers of choice as well, and we offer, if not more, more comprehensive programs.
The audience appreciate it, huh?
Look, to answer your question, we also conduct our own surveys, and I've reviewed the details of the survey. It's very clear that the Emirati population, be it on the job seekers front or actually Emiratis employed in the private sector, believe that compensation is important, career growth is important, job content is important, but we're also noticing recently that proximity to the workplace is also important. One of the things that we wanted to do is how do we start attracting populations that are considered in areas that are outside the cities. So we established, for example, in Al Ain, the Assurance Delivery Center, which is basically now fully employed by female Emiratis. And it was very important for us to start shaping our nationalization program also based on what we're hearing. Look, the key message that maybe I want to highlight as part of this is true sustainable nationalization happens when us as employers in the private sectors stop asking ourselves how many have we filled and start asking ourselves how far have they progressed. And I think nationalization strategies for all employers in the private sector need to start focusing on the retention riddle. And that's what we will be working on as part of our 2.0 nationalization strategy in line with the NAFIS 2026, hopefully, new strategy.
Thank you. Thank you. It's really, really very, very, very strategic, country-driven, what all of you have been sharing so far. And I connect that with my last point, which is purpose and flexibility. From UAE perspective on the job market. 71.9% of employed Emiratis are seeking roles with better purpose. Second note, employer offerings, 55.5% are now offering remote or hybrid policies to attract and retain talent, but also close to the residence where UAE nationals live. Ibtisam, we start with you. These two key emotional salary effects or actions, are they key in your view to really make purpose retention, purpose development happen?
Absolutely. So we're first of all catering to a generation that is coming in with a very clear set of what they expect from the work environment. The current population coming into the work are looking to have a proper work-life balance, less work-life integration, which is what we are used to in our generation. We integrated work and with our personal lives completely. If I look at my children at home and the expectations they have towards work, it's not about clocking in, clocking out, it's going in, making a meaningful impact within a given time, and then taking the rest of that time to do other things that are still meaningful to them. So I've heard this over, not only with my children, but with their friends, and I do try and hold conversations with the young people on a very personal level. And definitely these things resonate with them. It matters the proximity they have to travel for work. It matters what they do at work. I would like to say this, in my view, the opening up or the partnership between the public sector and the private sector and opening of opportunities in different areas of business has changed perception. Earlier we had Mr. Nasser Al-Blushi talk to us about the sector he's working in. And I would think maybe 10 years back, if you told a UAE national you're going to be working in a commercial sales department of a company like Shaloub, sorry, I pronounced it wrong. Shaloub, they would be probably thinking, no, not for me. But today, there is actually people who have a passion to be there. They love selling those products. They associate themselves with it. I've seen young Emiratis come out of universities and go into conservation work. Who here knows about the fund called Hubara Fund, for instance? And we have young Emiratis now going and working in Hubara Fund. Why? They're passionate about conservation. It's where the love and passion is. And when you see that, it's not the work of the past. This is work of the future. This is what we've opened up our children to. So definitely proximity, passion, that drives, I would say, almost 40% of what they're looking for. 60% is a compensation. But if they're getting that gratification and satisfaction that they're doing and serving their purpose, I think we got them. So opening up this has been a great opportunity for all, I think.
Thank you. Uruj, from your side, anything you would like to add on this point of purpose and flexibility in the workplace?
I would say, so we have seen in the recent years that how the trend has changed and flexibility has become very important. And when it could be flexibility of working hours, location, or flexibility more related to managing your personal and professional priorities. So, and I think it is just not a perception. Employees are actually making decisions based on that, which are their career decisions. So at Citi, we have an approach which is called How We Work. And in How We Work, we actually give the flexibility to our employees, and we have remote roles as well as we have hybrid positions available as well, which is specifically allows individual to go and have that flexibility to manage their personal and the professional life. It is based on the belief that flexibility leads to better performance. And we have seen that. We have seen that in COVID. We have seen that post-COVID as well. And that's exactly what we are trying to do. We are trying to have that flexibility in place for our employees so that they can continue to manage that. Now, we have also seen very recently that some of our competitors have gone back to 5 days model. But Citi wants to continue with balanced approach in terms of having that sort of a flexibility for our employees. And this also helps us in helping them managing their own personal life as well. Now, I also think in 2026 or post-2026, this is potentially going to be the key differentiator. So employers need to continue to have that flexibility when it comes to hybrid working, remote working in place, so that you are continuously going to attract the best talent available, and that is going to be the main differentiator for all of the organizations.
Thank you. Dear audience, distinguished speakers, thank you. I think it was a great session, great examples, great contribution, and really happy to have you here in our event. Once again, thank you. You can come this way. Oh, no, or you can go. Yes.
Can everyone scan this QR code and rate the discussion here? Thank you to our fantastic panel for the focus on the data-driving Emiratisation policy and offering valuable data-informed point of view. And a big thank you to our moderator, Pedro Lasarta, for leading this insightful conversation with depth and clarity. Your contribution today have helped us better understand not just the why behind the policy, but the how. And that's what truly drives progress. Let's show our appreciation with a big round of applause. Thank you once again. They removed. With Richard. AI is transforming the way we work and the way we develop talent. In this next panel, moderated by Richard Jackson, Chief Transformation Officer at TASC Group, we will explore how AI is reshaping careers and reskilling for the future. Please welcome our speakers, Matthew Haskins, Regional Head of Talent Acquisition, Minat at HSBC, Carol Tallis, Founder Strategic Advisor, Subramanian Vishwanathan, Co-Founder and CEO at Disperse, Bikram Walia, HR Director from MEA at Amazon, Amin Al-Zar'ouni, Executive Director, Head of Government Affairs and Public Policy UAE at SAP. Let's dive into the future of work.
We've got music. Working. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. Welcome to my panel. Thank you for joining me today. We had people from the panel last year. I scared them all last year. The questions were too difficult. So I'm hoping this year the guys won't be scared of the questions. We've got some tough ones for them today. I think what we'll do is I just want to set the scene a bit before we start on AI in the UAE. And I think Pedro and Mahesh and some of the other speakers have also today touched upon some of the key kind of stats on UAE on AI in the UAE, but also in the wider region. I think AI is everywhere we look at the moment, all across all of our lives. In 2023, the AI market in UAE was valued at $3.5 billion. By 2030, it's expected to be $46 billion. It's a major pillar for the UAE's growth in the future. If you look at its relationships it has with global AI and technology companies, and we're lucky to have two today, Amin from SAP and also Bikram from Amazon. I'm sure you have some questions for them, being that they're some of the biggest tech providers in the world. We heard earlier about the fact that Mr. Trump is here in the region, he's here in the country today, and we'll look forward to seeing what kind of deals are done today in terms of technology. I'm sure there'll be some significant investments both ways from the two countries. I think someone also touched upon the fact that I think last week or the week before, the leadership of the UAE installed AI into the national curriculum. I don't think there's any other countries in the world that have done that so far. And if you look at what it covers, foundational concepts, data, algorithms, ethical awareness, real-world applications, I think AI is being taken very, very seriously here. The workforce for AI has increased from 40,000 a couple of years ago and is expected to be around 200,000 by the end of this year. It's now becoming a major employer. And then we have a survey that SAP did, is that 84% of companies surveyed stated that in the next 15 months, they are going to hire significantly into AI positions. I'm sure most of you in your organizations are thinking about doing that. So you have some experts here today. So please, when we have the Q&A, please ask some questions that maybe you want to have answered, and also grab the guys after the session. So let's kick off. The first question, again, one other thing just to stress is, please download the Emiratisation report that we produced today. There's a huge amount of data in there that you'll be able to take back to your organisation and actually use. It's real data that you can actually use and start to build business cases internally for some of your hiring or some of your projects you'd like to undertake. So guys, let's start with the first question. So in our report, in our Emiratisation report, and this is to Amin, Carl and Matthew, that tech is in the top 3 now, okay, of where Emiratis would like to work, okay? They really feel this is somewhere where they like to be employed. And this is in line, as we just said, with the culture and the kind of what the leadership of the UAE are trying to achieve in technology. So how can you as employers in technology kind of build on this and help it to grow? Amin, would you like to go first?
Assalamu alaikum. Thanks, Richard, for basically hosting us in the panel. Just as a matter of joke, I hope that the next panel is not going beyond the stage. It's increasing one after each panel. I feel actually going outside. I think to answer that question, I would need to look at it on a multi-layer approach. And it has been mentioned throughout the previous speakers as well. We are blessed to be in a growing nation where the government is actually infusing technology across different sectors and different industries. And as a result of that, the private sector has no other role except basically trying to catch up, which is something that you find it rare in actually in the world, in UAE specifically. We saw the announcement that happened a few weeks ago when it basically has been announced that AI is going to be introduced now in the education system. It's a great milestone. I think that the educational system will have to look into it as more agile to introduce more technology, educational materials across it. The important element here when it comes to tech, technology is moving more to becoming more of a mainstream rather than just for a specific segment of people. And that's what we are realizing with AI. AI is more of a technology for the mainstream. It's not just for the technology people or developers. And this is similar to technologies in the past, like, for example, smart screen or smart mobile phones, which everybody is basically utilizing. And that's what's going to happen to AI. It's not only restricted for the technical resources. And this is why we will see more adoption happening in the workforce. More adoption is basically happening at different age group, which help us as well as when it comes to building partnerships as a private sector. This is the second element, which is the second layer, where private sector has to build strong relationship with academia as well as with government sector to ensure in building programs that build capabilities around these skills. When it comes to academia, how you basically are ensuring that before these talents become job seekers, they are actually equipped with the right skills. Because I think moving in the future, we will not be hiring people based on their degrees. We're going to be hiring people more on their competencies and skills. And with governments, finding the right programs that actually infuse tech concept and tech content into them, be it at job seeker level or be it at the leadership level.
Okay. Carl?
Yeah, I guess I'll echo a lot of what you said there. I mean, maybe take a little bit further in terms of what is the promise of technology? It's really to give you back time. That's really the promise. I think AI is an enabler to help accelerate that. What do you do with that extra time? Well, you develop yourself. You engage, like we are here in this forum, physically, because ultimately this is what it's all about. Technology is supposed to allow us to get that opportunity to go and collaborate and to innovate within an ecosystem which comprises many different players. Big tech is a big part of that, but a lot of people probably also need to realize that big tech is an acquirer of small tech. And the innovation happens on the ground in a lot of instances, and then gets acquired or accelerated through those investments. So if I'm a talented person in a domain, wherever that domain is, let's say in marketing, or let's say in engineering, or in data analytics, we've got to understand that this is where the opportunity lies, is that even if I'm sitting within the organization, let's assume within a big tech organization or a corporate or a government entity, and I have that opportunity to get some domain expertise, look beyond the hourglass and start to develop yourself and use AI as an opportunity to accelerate that development to then go forward and bring to life some of those ideas. Really, this is what it's all about. You want to bring to life those ideas. And so the public-private partnership model is really an accelerator for that. We're seeing that with even initiatives like the Ignite program in the region, which is to bring in mentors that accelerate that. I'm actually one of those mentors and advisors in that program, but it brings together the entrepreneurial ecosystem, which is innovating on the ground, and it unites that with government and corporate stakeholders who have that sort of, I guess, thought leadership expertise in domains. So that's really where I think there's a core opportunity. I'll talk later about some of the practical aspects of some of this, but that's really what I want to point out.
Okay, thanks. Matthew. So what are HSBC doing?
Do you know what? It's really interesting in that it's remarkable, the synergy between the foresight and the strategy that UAE government's doing and what HSBC is doing globally as a bank. So a focus on local talent and Emirati talent here versus how we see the future in the 51 markets in which we serve. We're a big international bank, 220,000 colleagues. It's 160 years old, so it's kind of fun being on stage with some of the Mag 7 companies and SAP. And our big challenge is that how do we stop thinking conventionally and move digitally? Our view is, and again, it's a bit aligned with UAE government, by 2030, there's fairly severe talent shortages in 50 of those 51 markets. So talent surplus in India. It's great for India. We're able to put more and more complex tasks and people in there doing some really interesting work. Hopefully great for the rest of us, because as long as you remain employable, you'll be successful and you'll be well rewarded and have a good career. And we think it's going to, the war for talent will get harder and harder. So we're really betting on effectively skills-based hiring. We think the future is that ability to look at skills adjacency and where can we go and get different types of talent from. That then comes into how effective is your EVP? How do you articulate that career journey of what is banking to somebody who's never worked in a bank, and what are the roles available and the careers available in something like HSBC, where it's not just all about banking. We've got a really rich, eclectic mixture of careers, many of which don't touch other people's money. It's all sorts of tasks and activities. And then the shift in skills, and I was on a call yesterday, a global call with the various heads of recruitment we've got around the world, in terms of how that skills mix shift over the next 4 or 5 years, and the amount of engineers that we're going to have to find and train. And there's a supply issue. There's simply not enough people. So I think it's a great opportunity where I think the foresight used by UAE government to spot what's about to happen, and isn't that always difficult? It's fairly easy, I think, in HR to look back retrospectively at data, and you know your attrition, you know your skills mix, so on and so forth. But what's about to happen is much more interesting. It's kind of like I suppose the talent marketplace that's a bit like the stock market. We all like to think we're good at predicting until something like tariffs comes up and you see your stock plummet a little bit. So we think we've got a good line on the future. Very simply, at a high level, 2 buckets of skills: social competence and digital literacy. And they fall down into a number of other categories. But if you're good at one or both of those, you're going to remain employable in some way, shape or form. And then can you use intelligence to connect with that talent, bring it in, and then give it a journey that is beyond just hiring? So what's that skills runway look like? What does the development look like? And I think something that doesn't get spoken about enough, a lot of energy and effort in connecting, building your EVP, pulling people in. But I think a lot about mid-level management in particular. Who are the individuals who are the great talent cultivators in the marketplace? Emirati or expat, it doesn't matter. As long as that core behavior is, can we tap into that talent? Can we spot the opportunity? Can we find them before they come great? Because technologists, and I think Bikram will know more than anyone, great technologists who are already proven, they are extremely expensive. Great technologists, before they've been proven to be great, they are moneyballed. You know, that's the real value in the game of talent, is can you get to these people before they become world famous? Can you show that runway? And can you get them in a community of talent cultivators who help them to reach potential quickly? Now, the war for talent creates problems because other people will then come and take them. But there's even value in that. You know, there's massive value in your alumni and how they represent you in the market to keep sowing that EVP back. We're lucky in HSBC, we've got a global alumni of 500,000 people. we really work with them to leverage their networks as either boomerangs or who else do they know who can come back, help us capture the right types of talent. A lot of them are conventional bankers. We need more of them to sort of drift out of banking and go into other industries and get into big tech and pull those guys back in.
Okay, okay. Right. So there's a question here for Bikram. Okay, so Bikram, I saw a Instagram post of your ultimate boss, Mr. Bezos, who someone said to him, what have you been doing, Jeff, other than firing females in a spaceship into space? Yeah. What have you been doing? And what he said was, all I've been working on is AI. That's it. Okay. So what can you give us a view of, you know, what's Amazon's approach to AI, and try to help us with how are you bringing Emirati talent on that journey, please, as well, if you could. Yeah. Is that? Thank you.
Sure. I think. I mean, it's been said so many times in this forum that AI is one of the most transformational changes of our time. The good thing with Amazon is we've been at the journey for more than a couple of decades now. So it's not like the transformation started in the last few years. It's been at least 20, 25 years. As Jeff said, that's the journey we embarked on much earlier. If we look at how Gen AI and AI has in general evolved in the organization, even when we started in the journey, we set up some foundational principles. We said that we are always going to be working customer backwards. We will not create solutions just for the sake of creating solutions. We want to solve a customer problem. That's the core tenet of what we follow. On top of it, we said we're going to use this technology responsibly. We're going to be pragmatic in what we can do, and we're going to be iterative in our approach. We can't get to, a perfect solution on day one. We're going to iterate. And that's the journey which, Jeff would have mentioned that we've been on that journey. We've been always customer backwards, and we've been working towards that. If you look at today, across Amazon, there are more than 1,000 Gen AI applications. That's huge in terms of scale. Many organizations would have probably 10, 20, 30 applications. We have more than 1,000 applications which are Gen AI enabled across the company in multiple areas, whether it's customer shopping, whether it's advertising, whether it's web services, and the scale is just insane. I'll give you an example of an application we recently launched. It's gone live in US, India, and it's soon going to be scaled globally. It's called conversational shopping. So let's say I want to buy shoes. I want to go for a hike. So what you do is you go on the Amazon app and you say, I want to buy the best shoes for hiking. The system's going to tell, based on all the customer reviews that have happened globally on hiking shoes, it's going to recommend that these are the good shoes. And then you go and say, hey, I want some cushion in my shoes. The system is going to say, well, these shoes, as per customers, have cushion. Then you go and say, I want my shoes to breathe. The systems are going to look into that and say, which is a shoe which breathes, which has a cushion, which is great for hiking. Last thing you can say, hey, I also want durable shoes. I want these shoes to live for the next 5 years with me. So basis that, using Gen AI, the system is going to recommend to you what would be the best shoes matching your applications. So something like that has been iterative. It's been developed over time. It's called Rufus. It's coming to all our shopping platforms. And then one end is that, which is customer backwards. And then there are things which are being developed for our own employees, which Emiratis use, other Amazonians use. We have a culture where we don't make any PowerPoints in the organization. We only write documents. Each document is like 6 pages. And it takes so much hard work. I used to take months writing these documents, which would go to the exec reviews. Any Emirati who comes in has to embrace that culture and start writing those documents. But now we have a tool which helps us with that. This tool is my assistant. It's my partner. So the tool essentially gives me, an initial draft of how an Amazon doc should look like, what should be in the doc. And then as I write my doc, I can feed it into the tool, and the tool's going to help it rewrite the way Amazon leaders want to look at it, be specific, be crisp, look at all perspective, pros, cons, and it's going to essentially give me something which would help me cut down my time of working on a document from months to probably a few days. And that's how every Emirati who comes in has access to this technology. They use it, they learn from it, and the good part is they can actually go and iterate, and they can help it improve for other Amazonians. So that's the journey we are on, just to share in terms of what's happening on Gen AI in the organization.
I'm not sure if I'm happy about the conversational shopping or actually scared witless about the conversational shopping. It sounds like it could be quite frightening, and people, our family members could get a bit carried away with some of the shopping that they're doing, right? So I think that could be quite interesting. Let me just go to the other end. We've quoted a lot of statistics today from the report, but there's one that we haven't talked about. We've talked about a lot of positives about people, whether Emiratis being aware and excited about AI. But there was another stat that came out, which was that actually 24% of Emirati job seekers and about 25% of those who are employed are saying they've got absolutely no AI skills. So there's none. And so I think there's a question here about how can government and private sector collaborate to improve this. So who's got a view? Subbu, you want to go? Yeah, please.
First, let me introduce myself. My name is Subbu. I am the co-founder of Disperse. We are an AI-based learning and upskilling platform. We are a multinational. Josh Burson, who's a very famous HR tech analyst, named us as one of the top 30 HR tech trailblazers. So we build software to help people build capability for their current and future roles. Amazon uses us in 20 countries. HSBC uses us in a few countries. PwC uses us in a bunch of other countries. We were the only company of Asian origin in that list. But yeah, so to answer your question, on how can the government help in getting the workforce ready? Firstly, I think everybody should start recognizing that prompt engineering is a basic skill for every job. Prompt engineering is the ability to conversationally prompt to a large language model to help you perform your daily tasks. Now, there are 5 levels. So at Disperse, all we do is think about skills, right? So if I break down prompt engineering, level 1 is to be able to prompt to a large language model to do simple things like craft an email, edit your email, craft a document, like what Bikram suggested. And then level 5 is to do what data scientists do, which is fine-tune your own large language model. I think the first thing we need to do is, just as AI has been built into the school curriculum, prompt engineering should be recognized as an essential knowledge workers skill. At least at level 1. So think of it as, can you 20 years back, could you have, or 10 years back, could you have done a job without knowledge of Excel? You could not have. So prompt engineering is the new Excel. I think government can start by, so for example, we're about to start work with the Department General of Enablement for upskilling the government employees, right? So providing free access to online courses is something that the governments can do. A lot of the governments in Asia, for example, have grants for employee training, where if it's a cutting edge, if it's a course on a cutting edge technology like AI, governments can actually reimburse that. So I think the first thing is so 3 things, right? Recognizing that prompt engineering and AI skills are foundational skills. Number 1, sending that message. Number 2, giving some sort of incentives to corporates to have budgets of these reimbursed by the governments. I think these 2 things can really help.
Okay. Carl, any views from yourself?
Yeah, I think they're practical tips for sure. I don't like using the word prompt engineering because only because it's just a way of saying converse. It's how you converse with the technology, right? So the language of choice that you use and the way that you're trying to get that idea understood by the algorithm to then come out with an output that you're expecting, that's the key, right? So the conversational way that you engage with technology is the same way that you're thinking about the solution that you want to achieve. So if I look at practicalities, to me, it's all about getting immersed in that environment, absolutely. I think you've got to engage. But also, I think there's multiple pathways. If you are a student and you're coming out of university, I've got a daughter who's coming out of, she's halfway through her business law degree. Legal tech is going to be impacted with AI. It's already happening. I mean, NDAs are being reviewed now, essentially through algorithms with a lot of legal firms. So if you start to think about that impact, it's happening in many different areas. If you look at the Salesforce organizations, a lot of practicalities of application of AI from a customer service point of view and also from a streamlining point of view from the operational supply chain is already happening. But it's not going to replace the human. The human in a link is still the key. I think we heard earlier today a lot of those linkages. The human plays a central role in that engagement. But practically, you want to be empowering your employees to go out and spend some time in that ecosystem. You know, I'm a big believer that you should KPI, or at least mandate, 1 day a week at minimum, for your staff to go and engage with that startup ecosystem who are innovating and generating those solutions using AI technology in those domains across horizontal industries. And I think this is very important because only there can you see potentially where your role could be in the future. It's, you know, you may go do a degree in whether it's law, whether it's marketing or any other degree, but you may not end up being in that domain. So I think you want to be always ahead of the curve. That's the key.
Okay. So let's move on to a different track here. So Matthew, this is for you. So one stat in the report a couple of stats we have in the reports is really about data analysis skills. And I think one of the previous speakers was also talking about big data and analysis of that data. And I know that for us, you know, in our business, data is very key to us, like it is to you. One, recording it properly, storing it properly, and then trying to get to grips with what's it telling you. So in terms of trying to kind of harness this skill, we're seeing that actually the data analysis skills among the Emirati kind of colleagues who filled in the schedule, about 40% are feeling relatively good about their analysis skills and understanding data. So again, what can we do more to ensure that we kind of create a really good set of, you know, people who can do data analysis, data capture, data engineers? What would you do at HSBC for that?
Yeah, we're big on that. It's one of our skills of the future, and I think for those of you as old as me, back in the olden days, 1900 and freezing to death, I think it was, when I first got into recruitment, I was faxing CVs as a headhunter in London to a client called Goldman Sachs, and Excel was the miracle technology of the time. And everybody had Excel on their CV, like everybody said that they'd captained the school football team or whatever. The challenge was, how do you start to interrogate that data so it really begins to confess the truth? So what's the capability, the true capability of that community to take that data and take it from often a narrative that's mildly interesting. We get a lot from these reports. We get some great data from government in terms of within banking, it's 75% male. Of that 75%, another 3/4 is from only 4 countries. So that data starts to sow a narrative, and you go from, well, that's kind of interesting, to a point where the data, like the clutch in a car, starts to bite and becomes compelling and commercialized. So we're investing quite heavily in the assessment technology to make sure that we can take what we call the creme de la creme of that community, those people that have a real gift for scrutinizing and stress testing that data to get the truth out of it. And I think that's the beauty of AI, is that in my mind, it's the ultimate dot connector. If used properly, it will squeeze the truth out of most situations that allow you to drive your business in a really great direction, makes you more competitive, makes you win commercially, which is what you want. And I think that ultimately comes down to the value of the humans in the process. And going to the Amazon example, I think that's probably true. And I think it's probably great that I can go into these algorithms will tell me what it is I should buy. But what if it's not right? And that's the opportunity for the humans, in that for years and years and years, when we've only relied on physical colleagues, people just get buried in transactional, repeatable roles. I always think of the pictures from years ago. Have you seen them in sort of the Industrial Revolution, the old woolen mills, and you've normally got 500, almost always ladies, black and white pictures lined up, being seamstresses, just sewing and sewing and sewing and sewing. How many of those people had capability beyond that role? Almost all of them, I would imagine. How many of those people could have been the next Einstein? But they never had the opportunity to rise above that, because just stuck in something that today a robot would do for us easily enough. So I think what it really unlocks, if you think that data mastery becomes your greatest shield, and if you can master it, the opportunity to be the innovator, the originator, to challenge, to do some things a little bit differently. And I love what Carl said, and man, I really hope that we and I get to speak independently of this event, in terms of go and have a look at what's going on with a smaller organization. We learn so much from them.
Yeah, that's very true.
In terms of people that do not have big budgets, they've just got big ideas and they want to see them grow, and they're really, really trying to bring them to life. And I think in my experience, all of the great ones that we've seen, it starts with people that have mastered the data. And there is a great community here of young Emirati entrepreneurs in particular. I think one of the great things that government have done is they've enabled sort of a side hustle culture that allows these sort of great brains to think, okay, what's the art of the possible here? I can get support from my government. In HSBC, you can get support from the organization. We've got some great incubators, as of pretty much any of the other financial services companies that you hear from today. And I think that's the opportunity to sort of unlock that potential and really grow, drive economic growth and great results.
Okay, thank you. I think there's a good soundbite there. AI will squeeze the truth out of everything.
I have to give credit. There's
a great soundbite. I love that.
I'll get killed if I take credit for it. There's a lady called Cynthia Habib who came out with that. She's a brilliant entrepreneur, building her own business. I won't prompt it here, but credit to her. And I've never seen anybody squeeze the truth out of scraped data quite so well.
Amin, over to you. I've got a question for you. So SAP, it's really, in the Middle East, SAP, there's a battle between SAP and Oracle, right? You guys are always going at it, right? Trying to beat each other. So we're a SAP house now at TASC, which is good. We're very happy with that. With SAP, there's always, and Oracle, there's always a shortage of good people, right? Finding good consultants, right, across the whole kind of ecosystem of these ERPs, right? It's a problem. But there's a big population of Emirati talent who are coming through with technology backgrounds who would love to join a company like yourselves or Oracle to grow into that organization. But I think some of the feedback from the survey is saying that actually some employers are a bit put off and a bit concerned because they're having to invest too much up front to get kind of talented people up to speed to join the organization. What could SAP, what are they doing, and what could they maybe do more of to solve this problem?
I love that direct question, and I think there are many other SAP customers here in the audience as well, with Social Hoop Group as well. First of all, allow me to say that talents, and Emirati specifically, joining the private sector, it's not anymore about job security. It's more about making an impact. And I think that has many elements into it. Be it private sector or the government have contributed in reshaping the brand and the awareness of joining the tech industry. It's not anymore a silo industry where basically technology or IT. It's more of a business transformation that they are actually joining. There is a purpose-driven role around it. It's either associated with strategies that the country are running or specific missions that the technology is basically creating either in the education sector or healthcare or fintech, etc. And I believe I would like to basically blame the private sector. I would maybe focus on SAP a bit as well. Maybe we realized this a bit late. The approach that actually was happening in the private sector, and I would talk about myself because I got approached by many 10 years ago, and the thought of Emiratis that they can fill either the sales role, which is customer facing, because they believe that Emiratis will be able to open doors much more, or in the back office operation, which is basically in finance, HR, maybe in running the back office operation. But there is so many roles in the middle, specialized roles, be it in AI, or be it in technology, or be it in business development, that actually being missing. And I think the change in the mindset of the future generation, especially supported by the government, forced the private sector to rechange that approach. And this is what happened in SAP 10 years ago. There is a big collaboration and alliances program that happened across universities in UAE. Let me take a step back. There was either an approach that SAP can take where they can train millions of people on online platforms, but then it's going to become very difficult to measure the outcome and the real quality of the resources that comes out, or create focused programs, train a specific number of candidates that can come up with a credible outcome. And this is what has happened with universities. collaboration with most of the universities in the country that train people and certify them in the SAP technology. And we crossed, maybe the numbers are not in the millions, but in the thousands, but they are certified SAP individuals that are Emiratis, that are actually either being employed within SAP or within SAP ecosystem, partners and customers. Beyond that, there has been collaborations with the government, especially the human resource departments across the UAE in different emirates. We're focusing on the young professionals, the job seekers, and take them through bootcamp training, fully investment that actually SAP realized that they have to make in this region. And that's contributed as well to overcome that, what I would call it a myth at the moment, because I believe there are already talents that are actually being developed and equipped in the market. And lately, we took even a more advanced initiatives where we engage Emiratis in the core business of building the SAP products. And that's where we opened the engineering academy for Emiratis. We already launched last month, and we have already 25 Emiratis that are actually in for a 1-year program. Half a year they're going to spend it in UAE, and the other half they're going to be in US.
Fantastic.
So I think there are multiple approaches that many of the private sector actually took, but I would say that I think the private sector realized it a bit late.
Very good. Very good. It's great to hear. We need more consultants to help us with our systems, so it's good, yeah? We got no signal. Right, we had some questions. Where are the questions? Can you just get the questions back? I think I took note of a couple anyway. Right, so we've got 6 minutes left, guys. So my previous coaching to you, someone said 45 seconds per answer. We've blown that, but that's it's okay. So we've got 6 minutes. I think one of the questions was, so I want quick fire now. So quick answers, okay? So, so first question, this is it. Do you think AI will create more jobs for UAE nationals in the next decade, or will it reduce opportunities in sectors like finance and admin? There, that's the top one, anonymous. Right, quickly.
Yeah, it'll produce more jobs. It's just going to be in different cross-functional areas. I think that's where the opportunity is going to lie. Human is at the heart of the AI transformation, but it's going to be a parallel support structure. So you will use AI, like we say with Copilot. I wrote a white paper about this called Economics and AI in a Digital Economy some years ago, but it was all around having a digital twin that would work for you when you're offline. It's going to happen, but it's going to free you up to do more things that you can do and contribute more into that sector that you're in, financial services being one.
Perfect, thank you. Sibu?
I think in the context of the UAE, in general, I think this current generation of AI technologies is, unfortunately, I have the view that it's going to lead to a net destruction of jobs. Just the current, because it's just way too disruptive, it's happening way too fast. But the good news is, for an economy like the UAE, I think there is going to be a net addition of jobs. Some of the labor-intensive jobs, like I'm talking about the knowledge worker jobs, right? Like operating call centers, doing back office processing, that's going to get superbly automated through AI agents. But UAE is not the BPO capital of the world. For example, India is. So I would be very worried if I were in India or Philippines. But in the UAE, I think I see I see a net creation of jobs, absolutely.
Okay, perfect.
I just want to add that any change of this nature in terms of technology historically has resulted in more jobs. It's just that the jobs have been very different. So you need to upskill yourself and make sure that you're ready for those jobs in the future. And that's the journey that the public and the private sector have been in UAE. So that gives us a lot of comfort. But it's always resulted in more jobs. It's just that the short term, you essentially, as a human, you have this fear, right? Like short term, what's going to be the impact? But long term, it's a big transformational journey we are part of. And I think we are all proud to be a part of this journey at this point of time. And essentially, in the future, there's going to be a lot of different jobs, just that, those jobs would require different skill sets. And that's the journey that we have all got to be in for ourselves.
Okay, perfect. Matthew?
I think definitely going to create more jobs, because I think it will create economic growth, which typically requires employees in some way, shape or form. I think it will shift. We have to accept that what's gone in the past won't necessarily be the future. Historically, we'd be competing for each other with different jobs. We are going to have digital colleagues come into the workforce.
Very true.
I think certain roles, it's not that they will be. We can see it now. They are being eroded. If you look at some of how NVIDIA are looking at their organization, the tools and platforms. They look to see which jobs have started lagging behind and no longer necessary, and divert that human energy into the work of the future, I think is a good indicator of things to come. But ultimately, I'm bullish on it because I think even if we ran a company and deployed the tech and maybe one or two of us would get shaved off as the tech comes in and does more, the opportunity to do that in a growing economy for that community and that community and that community just grows and grows and grows and grows and grows. So the number of times that task has to be repeated in economy goes up, and therefore there's a requirement for more skill and labor.
Okay. Amin, anything to finish with?
I can't add more to what has been said, but definitely AI will demand more skill sets, and as a result will definitely create more jobs. There will be jobs that are going to be enriched, and there are definitely, let's be realistic, there are jobs that are going to be replaced. But the fact that there will be jobs being created, that's every technology transformation that we have faced have created more jobs.
Okay. Guys, time is up. I can't believe it, yeah? We're a little bit early, but thank you very much for your time today. Great conversations, great points. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
That was a really inspiring discussion. A huge thank you to our incredible panel for sharing unique idea on how AI transforming talent, careers, and the future of work. And thank you to our moderator, Richard Jackson, for leading a conversation and helping us know what the AI-based future means for us. Your insights today have sparked new thoughts and opened up excited possibilities. Let's give them a big round of applause. Dynamic and timely debates, moderated by Anil Singh, Country Head KSA at TASC Group. This session displays voice, talking regional workforce trends and policy changes. Please welcome our speakers, Fatima Logani, founder and CEO at Born to Localize, Fahad Al-Hajari, Director, HR Center of Excellence at SAMI. Mohammed Al-Zamani, Partner, Audit and Head of Emiratisation at KPMG. Let's hear what shaping nationalization targets across the GCC.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for still being here. I know it's a long day already. We'll try to probably cover different parts of the topic related to localization. And so in our last two sessions, which we have done in 2023 and 2024, there were a lot of topics discussed. But we thought that we'll try to bring in a different variety in one of the topics we will discuss, which possibly can talk about nationalization across the region. So we have very experienced and esteemed guests with us over here, and they have a lot of experience in this topic, across the region. We also have a guest from Saudi, who comes with a lot of experience. So between Fatima, Fahad, and Muhammad, we'll try to cover some topics which might be of relevance if you are a company which is operating across the whole region. So with that, we'll start the panel discussion. Some data, I think, which we have been talking all across, but maybe a data for the region, which we all can relate to. So Emiratisation as a, as a concept, though we are relating it now, but if you look back, it probably started in the year 1990, enhanced in 2021 with the whole NAFIS program, but it has been there for quite a while. When you look at Saudi, it has been there since 1985 and was enhanced in 2011. Kuwait was in 2000, Qatar 1962, Oman 1998, and Bahrain from 1970. So what we all are talking about is a topic which has been there for quite some time. It's just that it has gained a bit more relevance with the growth and the progress which we are seeing in the region. More data. In UAE, as Her Excellency was talking a while earlier, in 2024 alone, 131,000, UAE nationals or Emiratis joined the private sector, which is a big number. In Saudi, 2.37 million, Saudi nationals are part of private sector employment, which is a great number. In Kuwait, we had 78,000, joining in 2024, Qatar 2,200, Oman 8,300, and in Bahrain 6,000. And I'm talking about data for last year, which is a big number, which we all are referring to. So whichever company you come from, whichever company you are representing, the reality is that nationalization is becoming a big part of success of all organizations, is the way or the strategy which you are taking to make it successful in your organization. So we'll have some questions, for our panel, just to enlighten us more about how are they doing things in their respective organization and in their experience where they come from. First question, which I'll have, we can start with Fahad. Fahad, I mean, you come with a lot of experience, both in public and private sector. In your experience, how are you balancing between hiring young nationals and at the same time addressing very critical skill requirements for the respective sectors which you have worked for?
Can you hear me? First of all, thank you so much for having me and inviting me in here. It's a pleasure to be in here and seeing the growth and the progress within this topic. And thank you for the question. I think it's a very good question. When it comes to balancing the, I would say, hiring youth and young talents and also addressing the niche skills. So first, I'll start with, I think has been mentioned in the previous discussions, the role of the, I would say, the government and regulatory sectors of enabling the private sectors when it comes to incentives, when it comes also to set certain regulations onto that aspect, and also the role of the private sectors when it comes to inventing certain programs within its companies. So I will just mention multiple, I would say, programs, since I've worked in multiple sectors, petrochemical, minings, and now I'm in defense. So one of the main programs that we have been focusing on in the, past years is the vocational programs. So where you inject, I would say, young nationals into your company and when it comes to the development of these programs. So we take high schoolers who are, scoring certain level of in their degrees, and then we take them through a 2 years, 3 years program. It depends on the sector itself. That by itself has beefed up the, I would say, the increasing of nationals in these kind of, I would say, blue-collar jobs. And when it comes to the professionals, or I would say white-collar jobs, mostly there are certain programs that we work with the universities when it comes to the adjusting their curriculums. And we go also, so I worked previously in mining. So we had an initiative that we go to villages and small places where we intervene with the schools there and we sponsor them for certain students and for certain initiatives. That has helped us because we operate in remote areas. That has helped us a lot in making sure that we secure jobs for in these areas. That's helped the company, and also that's helped the young nationals to be, integrated within the private sector. The last point, when it comes to the leadership, so there are programs that offered by, I would say, the government, and also there are programs that offered by the companies. So as you may know or heard, there are recent programs that has been introduced, like MISC 2030 leaders, that is targeting a top-notch leaders to be trained and going through a one-year journey. And those leaders will be sent abroad and also will be interacted with prestigious universities and also will do certain business cases. That's what I would say from governmental perspective. From private company or private sector perspective, there are internal, I would say, programs for leaders and also for technicals. So for example, the knowledge transfer programs. So we have launched knowledge transferring programs for the young, Saudi or national talents, to ensure that whomever expert within the organization, regardless expats or global talents, that transfer the knowledge through certain set of KPIs, through job shadowing and so on and so forth. I believe that would be, to sum up, some of the initiatives and the efforts that has been made through this.
Thank you, Fahad. Fatma, maybe some opinion from you. You come with such a great experience of supporting Expo, and then companies like Majid Al Futtaim, and now doing consulting to so many organizations. So your views on the topic?
Well, thank you very much. I think it's youth these years have a privilege, because in our time, we didn't have so much focus on, we really had to go the hard way. So if you were born in the 1970s or the 1980s, 90s, probably you know what I'm talking about. I actually, Anil, wanted really to bring a very important topic here, especially when it comes about the maturity of the region in terms of localization, since we're speaking about the GCC. Most of the labor laws in the GCC probably goes back maturing in the 1980s, and most of them mentions clause about including local talent into the nation or into the businesses. What's interesting is the journey of the UAE is not very different than the journey of the Gulf itself. Having said that, landscape matters, because if you compare Qatar, the UAE, and Kuwait, we share a different talent landscape and structure when it comes to people and welfare, versus Oman, Saudi Arabia, and Bahrain, who are more easily to localize when people go through it. Having said that, if you have realized between the 1999, going back to the data you shared, until the 2000, most of the GCC countries focused on grooming their talent, young ones or not, to make them, polish them, make them attractive to the sectors to take them. And then regulations started humping in by ministries, starting from the 2000 onwards. What's so beautiful is, since the 2010, countries started really populating visions about how they want to look like in the 20s and in the 30s. And the local talent integration or agenda became part of this vision. So then we talk about the transformation the GCC took in terms of integrating. There are some countries like Oman and the Saudi Arabia who did amazingly, started earlier when it comes, but what served them the most, the 50%, 60% local talent versus the UAE, because we are 10% overall the population. What I really saw for the first time ever in my 20 plus years of experience shifting, the UAE nationalization or Emiratisation percentage really peaked with NAFIS. So it was for the first time seeing 9% versus 3%, stagnant to 2% in the past 20 years. So actually initiatives like NAFIS made a big difference. So I really wanted to share this impression with the people who worked probably in the region and outside the region, because it's quite important to know the backgrounds and the backlogs.
No, thank you very much. Very, very important. I was just talking to Mohammed. Mohammed was in Oman a day before. So in his role, he's head of Emiratisation, but he's also head of people for audit. Now that brings an interesting angle of how he's managing the whole talent within KPMG when it comes to the whole Gulf region. So your views, Mohammed?
First of all, thank you very much for having me, and assalamu alaikum, everyone. Well, I'm truly honored to be here, and thanks to TASC for arranging such an incredible platform for this knowledge sharing. While I proudly head Emiratisation at KPMG, but I'm also an auditor, so I couldn't stop myself from doing a high-level calculation of the number of years of experience that we are collectively bringing here, which makes this forum a fantastic knowledge-sharing platform, right? So maybe a couple of points, maybe to add to what my colleagues mentioned here. Youth has been a focus in KPMG for us. Not only we empower them, but we were the first of the big four in the UAE to establish a formal youth council. And by that, I don't mean a formality that we post on social media that's our youth council. No, in fact, we heavily engage with them, empower them. We've reached to a stage that our youth run most of our engagement activities in KPMG, be it national celebrations, be it monthly engagements, because they're the closest to the largest population of Emiratis that we have. So there's no one better than to sort of get insights from. So we do invest heavily in that. And obviously, they're the future, right? And equally important is to focus on the experienced Emiratis. I think this is one thing that, in my mind, requires to put a lot of effort in, because especially in our field of the Big Four, it's not very easy to find Emiratis at the partner, director, or even at some point in certain sort of pockets at managerial level, right? So this is where we need to sort of focus efforts in terms of realigning some of the skills. We know in the market there's a lot of experienced Emiratis, for example, in internal audits, right? So what we need to do, or what we have already done, we have identified the talent in those sectors, in those departments, to sort of upskill their consultancy background and experience, and enable them to excel in their roles in KPMG when we hire them, because we believe that we can't have all the Emiratis at the junior level. We need a mix of experience and youth. And I think most importantly, we need to create a pool of talent who the youth will be aspired to become, whether it's managers, directors, and partners.
Thank you, Mohammed. I think we have a luxury, or we are very proud that we also support the organizations where Fahad and Mohammed come from. And I can echo the fact of what I see whenever we visit your office. I was based in UAE, moved to Saudi 4 years ago, and I can definitely see the kind of program which is happening, right from, so confidentially, without sharing too much of details about the project, which we did for Fahad's company. The starting point when the project was given to us was localization. Like, these many number of people to be hired, they have to come from a very specific industry, but they have to be Saudi nationals. That's how the whole program started. And for a moment, we also got a bit scared that whether this is possible or not possible. In the program for 6 months from now, and I can say that we have been able to deliver, of course, through the support of the institutions based in Saudi, the whole program back to the organization, and then we are more confident of doing it. So representing private sector, we are a consulting organization. I can very, very proudly say, like, we heard great things in the first 3 panels about how great things are happening in UAE, but I think similar things are happening in other countries. So be bold in taking those efforts in terms of localized talent, as well as other aspects of your regional presence. Next question, for you, Fatima. So lot of these programs which we are talking about talks about quotas, percentages, and things like that. Now, that's good. I mean, that's very nice, right? I mean, a lot of us are adhering to it. But what's beyond that? I mean, how do we measure the quality of nationalization efforts? I mean, is it just quotas, or what's your recommendation to, because it's all coming, right? I mean, we are talking the first phase of numbers. Now, the next phase will be all about quality. So any views on that? Yeah.
Allow me to bounce that question back to the audience. How many of you are working on Emiratization and quotas? How many of you think quota works? Quota works? Does it deliver numbers? I think with NAFIS initiative and support, the UAE private sector proven excellence when it comes to bringing numbers of Emiratis. So it became really good. And how many Emiratis do you have? And that's where your Emiratization is being measured. But how well do you do your Emiratization is the missing part of the puzzle. The beautiful thing about me sitting here and being very independent in my thinking and in my saying is me not reporting to any entity. So I run my own firm, and I have 20 years of experience. And you must have seen my article when I said, stop this Emiratization madness. It took me 8 months, actually, to detach myself from the operations and what's happening, because I really wanted to see clarity about this localization and Emiratization. I wanted to understand it not being inside the storm, but being outside the storm, because it could be a little bit clearer. And what I will share with you today might be a little bit of all the discussions and the operational topic that have been shared by very, very experienced and expertise, especially the amazing data I've never seen ever done by an entity like TASC provided last year and this year as well. It takes a village to raise a child. So Emiratization actually works if we have a well-integrated ecosystem. And when I say ecosystem, it does not need only a government, a regulatory initiative like NAFIS, and a private sector. It needs education system that output based on the need. It needs talent that is aware of their participation and purpose when they play in the nation's overall agenda. And it needs one integrated agenda. So what I really realized, the UAE and the region have done amazingly when it comes to giving incentives, imposing quotas. Having said that, it became a number game. So we are really good in hiring the local talent and the numbers. But I go back again and I say, what happens to them after hire? I really wish to see not a fragmented approach or multiple initiatives comes and goes, some of them successful, some of them are not. I really anticipate, or I wish to see, a fully integrated country vision with sector vision, education, and talent purpose or talent vision at the same time. And this is what I think could really be a game changer and sustain how localization and Emiratization works. Allow me to end with another question for the audience. You hired Emiratis, right? You achieved the quotas. How many of them stayed? How many of them stayed, integrated, enjoyed, and happy working for you? How many of them have the potential or been identified to be the future leaders in your business?
Question to think, yeah. Thank you. So Fahad, the same question back to you. I think by being privileged of spending some time in Saudi, we know the second part of the Netakat is not about quotas. It's about skills and many things, right? So any thoughts from you?
All right, thank you so much. I'm not going to mention much about what's the regulatory or the government, because it is obvious. It is happening, I think, in most of the GCC countries where the support are there, where the programs are being delivered, where I would say even the agile KPIs or whatsoever. So I'm going to talk about the private sector role. And I believe who's someone that has worked in the private sector, and I've heard it in the previous panel discussions. We have a vital role toward this, honestly. And if we don't act toward our role toward this is not going to be successful. So I echo the point that you said. So you could fulfill your quotas or whatsoever, or your numbers, but are you really designing programs that integrates those talents? Are you really believing in making sure that once you integrate those talents, you are really transferring the knowledge and ensuring that they are part of your, culture and fitting within your organization? So we have to play a very vital role as a private sector. And I will just mention maybe a number of points. I don't want to take much on this point. So I mentioned the vocational programs and previously in my previous answer, and I think that was one of the vital programs that the companies in my country has, especially in the private sector, has started. We have our own academies now in the big companies that are training young high school or graduates. So we're not speaking of degree graduates. And they are integrated within the job. They're doing the blue-collar jobs, and there is a very high level and very high percentage when it comes to productivity, and nationals are involved into these, I would say, low-level jobs. And when it comes to the upskilling and reskillings, we have a big role in this. So a lot of companies are doing joint ventures, I would say, with international OEMs and so on and so forth. So it is our role to ensure that there is part of localization, and specifically coming to the talent, localization are embedded within these agreements. We need to transfer the knowledge. We need to localize the knowledge. And we make sure that this integration happens for our nationals, and making sure that the private sector play their vital role.
Well, thank you, Waad. Mohammed, your views?
See, a lot has already been said on quotas, on government initiatives. Maybe from my perspective, just building on what Fatma mentioned, I think it is the ecosystem. And I think it was mentioned in an earlier panel as well, when we look at Emiratisation as a strategic sort of angle and not only quota. And I think we have to really mean it. We have to truly embrace it. When will it work? It will work, I mean, in KPMG, I can give live examples. One of the key success factors is the accountability of the senior leaders. So Emiratisation is a recurring agenda item in our board meetings, in our ExCom meetings, in our partners and directors meetings. Frankly speaking, meeting the quota is not even a KPI because that's given, right? So it's a lot more to it. It's about retention. It's about the bell curve of the performance management. I think that's really, really important, because performance management and KPIs drive behaviors, and often in the past what had been observed in the private sector, some expat colleagues may shy away from giving some really good feedback to Emiratis to coach them and develop them, right? So that doesn't help anyone, neither the business nor the experienced colleagues nor the Emirati juniors, for example, right? So things like that is what we track. So it's a bit more sophisticated and advanced sort of tracking and measuring ourselves accountable more than quotas.
Thank you, Mohammed. In fact, an example to give, and we are part of the private sector, community over here, right? And in one of the programs which we are delivering, in Saudi, which basically is one company and 3 different programs, and it's an international OEM environment. And I'll not get into the details of that, but the first specific need was that after hiring, the next 4 months, all these trainees are supposed to be in a different country, learning from the OEM and come back and deliver. Now, there could be many colleagues of ours sitting here who could be part of the international organizations. And one of the, and you may be doing it, so pardon my repetition, but integrating them into international programs where they learn, also taking commitment back for them that they'll stay probably with you for at least a year or 2 to deliver that back to the organizations, are many things which companies in this region are doing. So, and I can echo to the sentiment over here that the intent is huge, and that is something which can probably be delivered in many innovative ways. So that's an example which I just remembered based on the conversation here. Next question. Gender inclusive nationalization, right? And again, from a data perspective, in one of the countries in the region, which is Saudi, which basically is one company and 3 different programs, and it's an international OEM environment. And I'll not get into the details of that, but the first specific need was that after hiring, the next 4 months, all these trainees are supposed to be in a different country, learning from the OEM and come back and deliver. Now, in one of the countries in the region, which is Saudi, is 34% already of the workforce, national workforce. And the numbers won't be too different for other countries also. So countries have taken steps, in doing it. But what's your view, Fatima, to start off with? What framework, policies, companies can adopt to have more gender inclusive nationalization efforts? Yeah.
Oh. Can I ask the audience again? How many of you have how many of you have a human resource strategy in place? How many of you have a DEI integrated strategy in place? Diversity, equality, and inclusion. How many of you have part of it, localization, or is it a separate initiative? So the question is, the entire world is moving toward DEI. We talk about inclusivity of gender, inclusivity of ethnicity, inclusivity of different age groups and different locations. The question here is, Emiratisation is an external initiative or is it integrated initiative? Is the whole philosophy of workforce in your organizations convinced that it is the right thing to do and it is to be an inclusive agenda, or is it just to punch quota and get regulatory off, or you get yourself off fines? So how does that really philosophy sit within your human resource, and how does your Emiratisation sits within inclusivity and sits within overall your human resource competitiveness when we talk about that? So I think it's extremely important to go back inside and think and become more confident in your proposition, competitiveness, and contribution to lands you are operating from and taking advantage with in progress. So instead of just saying, I'm just hitting a quota, I'd like to get rid of these numbers, let's hire the Emiratis no matter where. Because when initiative of NAFA started, and I'll tell you the reaction, since it's a quota-based, 90% plus of the Emirati hires were Emiratis at the front line. So they were not real inclusive or integration when it comes, or believing in the local talent when it became to the private sector reaction. And this is just to share with you how important it is to integrate Emiratisation within your authentic philosophy of DEI, which is a world agenda, into your workforce competitiveness, outlook.
Thank you. Your views, and I'll probably add one more point to that, is the whole inclusivity in the leadership roles, which you both have been part of, in our organizations.
Absolutely. So I would complement the comment that has been mentioned when it comes to the gender diversity, and also when it comes to the organizational level diversity as well, and other diversity and inclusion topics. So again, whatever I have mentioned previously when it comes to certain programs, certain levels, it is also applicable for whether in gender or whether in level. So if we have certain development program or initiatives or incentives whatsoever, or even with our OEMs, our partners, that's applicable to certain levels. And also we are ensuring that we have an integrated talent journey. So it starts from hiring to retiring. I'm not going to say the other word. So basically, that journey has to go through first how you attract that talent, regardless of which gender or which, I would say, other elements. And also you ensure that you set the right environment, you set the right learning, I would say, environment for them to grow and to have prosperity within the organization. So my answer would be straightforward and simple. Whatever applicable in my previous examples should be applicable in that aspect as well.
Mohammed?
From my perspective, a few points to add. In my mind, I think the starting point should be to ensure Emiratis are representative in each and every pocket of the business, which again, reflecting back, when I joined KPMG 14 years back, it was, we were a group of 5-6 Emiratis between two different service lines, and where we are today, we are 230 Emiratis across all parts of business and different levels. So I think that's the starting point. And then what do we do after that? I think there's a lot of see, if you ask me, have I come across any organization that has the inclusivity 100% perfect? I don't think so. It's still a journey, right? But what do we have to do? I think we have to promote that people are different, so from diversity and inclusivity, leveraging from each other's differences and bringing the best from both worlds, as opposed to focusing on the differences in a negative way, right? I think that's really important. But that's not only for Emiratis versus non-Emiratis. I think it's across all types of diversity, whether male and female, whether different nationalities, etc., right? So that's one thing. And when you go into one level of more detail, and again, real-life examples, what we have done a lot is focusing on promoting what I mentioned earlier, both from the Emiratis perspective, but also from the expat perspective. We often come across the new joiners to the private sector coming from, for example, colleges and universities which are not mixed, right? So it's one gender. So I think the transition to the private sector at times requires a bit of work, to make them a bit open-minded, that you'll have male colleagues, for example, things like that, right? But equally important is from the expat perspective, is to explain some of the examples of the cultural aspects of Emirati. So very recently, there was a part of the Youth Council initiative. There was a few slides that have been prepared in terms of what is coming directly from Emiratis that we have in the Youth Council. What's the Emiratis culture like at work? Emiratis driven, family culture, appreciates flexibility, equally wants to be ambitious and grow in the career. So things like that, for us to then increase the awareness within non-Emiratis. So again, these are some real-life examples that I mentioned from KPMG.
No, thank you, Mohammed. So interestingly, you have touched the whole topic of what are the unique work environment strategies which you can create in your organizations, which possibly will not just attract the talent, but also would help them retain and be there for long term. Would you have some examples of how you do it in your company, or you have done it in the past?
From a retention perspective?
Yes. Yeah.
See, I think one thing which is very, very important also to add to everything I said earlier is when you have representation of Emiratis across different parts, you have to treat them equally as non-Emiratis as well, right? I think the moment you start having different treatment in the expectation to work, KPIs and stuff, I think that's when those differences get magnified, right? While it's equally important to be mindful of the cultural aspects, the benefits from the government, etc. But when not from assessing the performance, I think that's really, really important. And why I'm mentioning this is because what we have seen is when an Emirati is given a role and they expect to, when they are given an ownership and accountability in a role exactly like a non-Emirati, that's when they thrive. That's when they, find the purpose, which was mentioned many times this morning today, right? And for us, that's, I think, one of the key strategies of retention of Emiratis, but also in addition, of course, there's huge amount of investment in learning and development. We've launched Intilaq, which is our soft skills learning pathway, a one-year program that all Emiratis go into. There's a tremendous amount of engagement activities at all sorts of levels, be it with amongst Emiratis, non-Emiratis, cultural events, etc. So also all these sort of things is what we collectively will ultimately contribute to retention. But having said that, I also want to be mindful that there's only 4 firms in the world that does what KPMG does, right? And we cannot expect retention to become 100%, right? Whilst the way I personally look at the big 4 is they're like institutions, they're like universities. I would love to have, Emiratis who will join us, but leave us as brand ambassadors, join our clients, join the government, join regulators with KPMG experience. Having had the experience that they deserve, right? I think that's really important. So while there's a lot of investments in retention, but equally, we do always want to make sure that KPMG graduates alumni that will be the brand ambassadors in the country.
Thank you, Mohammed. And Fahad, if you have to give three, I mean, on the similar question, if you give 3 tips to the audience over here, which can help them, not just attract, but even retain the talent, I mean, what would be those? Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. So I don't want to sound repetitive, but I believe there are a lot of things that has been mentioned in the previous discussions and from previous speakers and panelists. But honestly, I believe one of the major things that I've personally sensed dealing with the young talent and the national talents, I believe that has been mentioned previously, sense of purpose. So when you create a sense of purpose for an individual, the monetary or non-monetary would still matter, but would not really matter much as if they are creating an impact. So I've sat with people that has resigned from organization. And as you know, the GCC market is very dynamic and demanding nowadays and in the previous, I would say, 10 years. So most of the people that are starting to look for a job or even accept to go for an interview, it's not because they want to boost their financials. Definitely that will come with the package. Mostly, either they are not seeing themselves, and I personally have my own philosophy, which I call it 40-40-20. 40-40-20 is basically, there are 3 elements that I adapt when I want to move from company to another, or from role to another, or whatsoever. First is 40% on the environment, and the environment itself has 3 circles for me. Inner circle, which represent 60%, and I would say a bit wider circle, which represent 20%. The inner is my team, my superiors, and whatsoever. The second circle, which is I would say the department that I'm navigating or the people that I'm interacting with, and the biggest wider circle, which is the company that I'm working with. That represents for me 40%. The other 40% basically is, I'm always asking myself this question: am I learning? Am I growing? Or am I just repeating myself, just doing the job like this? So that's a very important aspect as well. And the last 20, which is basically the Komben or total reward aspect, which is the title, the compensation, and etc. So someone would argue with me in that aspect, but if you really deeply believe and think of that, you would see the purpose is the major aspect. If you create that sense of purpose, through learning, through having the right environment, through showing that they are really contributing to the organization or to the country's success or whatsoever, you will retain your talent and you will have a high level of retention.
Thank you, Fahad. So Fatma, just moving a bit on the same question. A lot of talent which is getting added to either public or private sector is a very young talent. And since morning we have heard that purpose is the most important thing which drives an individual to stay or to quit an organization or to probably stay longer, right? How do would you advise, and this is a question completely now based on the discussion, right? It's not a planned question. How do we really help the young generation find that purpose? I mean, what would be your advice to the talent here, especially from a local talent perspective? Like what works in their mind to find that purpose?
I would answer that question. I try to answer that question, but at the same time, I would like to comment on it because there is a very important message I would like to state when I'm being invited by TASC. Allow me to share with you a very small story. When we wanted to create Emiratisation for the Expo 2020, how many of you have been to the Expo? You've seen the Emiratis there. We wanted to attract Emiratis to come and work. Majority youth, 350 for Expo Academy, young Emiratis. We did not have quota, but we were motivated about creating a legacy for the country. So we said we're bringing 90% talent from around the world. They were going to be here for a small period of time, and it's going to be a pity if Emiratis don't really get to learn with them and be able to replicate a mega event like the Expo. We actually had a great challenge at the beginning to attract Emiratis to work for us or to work with us. We did not pay the best. One of the scariest things for Emirati youth was a temporary program because Expo would have had a start and an end, and nobody feels comfortable getting employed in a job that will end in 3, 4, 5 years. However, we try to understand the competitive advantage of the World Expo when it comes to a national. And what we have found out that the pride brought them in. So when we told Emiratis, how can we really have a World Expo for the world without you on our land? And that was the trigger, and that was the purpose triggered, because each industry, each sector, each company have their own triggers, have their own competitive advantage. Emiratis are not very different as in talent. Not everybody is driven by maybe purpose, not everybody is driven by salary, not everybody is driven by title. So you really need to find the trigger when it comes to triggering Emiratis to come and work for you. And the Expo is just a very small example. On a macro level, I really wanted to compliment or comment on this. How many of you have insurance, employment insurance, or signed into the employment insurance in the past 2 years with the ministry? How many of you have a golden visa? Golden visa in the UAE. Do you feel safe? Have you heard about the UAE's talent agenda or talent vision? The UAE have a talent vision, wanted to be the top 5, if not the top 10, if not the top 5 in really few years, and to become one of the best prosperous land for international or global talent. Yet the UAE is also working on Emiratisation. But how about thinking about it like that? Emiratisation is not a separate agenda. It has to be integrated, inclusive agenda within your organizations to bring your competitiveness and confidence when it comes to the way you do business with your people. And it should not be about a quota, and it should not be about paying back, and it's not a CSR, and it should not be about the right of the people of the land. So I think if you really brought that magic in the way you approach your workforce to attract the top talent for this prospect country under that agenda, and at the same time to fulfill the vision of the country of having their own people being part of that, maybe nobody will really feel left out, and nobody really will feel insecure about their roles, and there is a job for everyone. So imagine that kind of like harmony, and maybe the UAE, which in my perspective stands as the main country example ever, to work on these two agendas, attracting the best out from the world and also integrating within. And with that, I just wanted to leave that thoughts with you.
Very well said. Thank you. Thank you very much. The last 2 minutes of our panel, we know we have a lot of questions. If you're not able to answer, we'll send the answers back to all of you. We have your data. The last question, and we'll make it quick and finish in 2 minutes for the next panel. Regional talent mobility of nationals. Regional talent mobility, like Saudis coming to UAE, UAE nationals going to Saudi and to different countries. Is that topic gets discussed within the organizations where you work or the companies whom you consult?
I actually was the first Emirati to be hired in the company that I worked with 24 years ago. And after 2 years, I was the first Emirati talent being sent to Oman to do Omanization after have done Gulf thing. So your question actually triggers something that happened to me 20 plus years ago, like ad hocly, and really started building up the experience. Actually, I was hiring for the Gulf, and I was hiring in Yemen and Iran. And if that wasn't done in my younger age, maybe I would have not been able to stand today and claim to be a little bit of an expert in the region. I think it's an excellent and amazing question. The region is not very different than each other when it comes to localization, inclusivity, and diversity, and future potential when it comes to the prospect of this region, not only the UAE or Saudi, but all the other GCCs. And I actually think that will be excellent, and wonder if TASC would really put that in their agenda really pretty soon. Having all that outreach is to convince all these GCC countries to do such a thing.
Sure, thank you.
I always say in GCC we complement each other, honestly. And I believe I do agree with you completely. I think that kind of topic, definitely we could benefit from each other. We could do certain knowledge exchange from each other. But definitely, as a simple, straightforward answer, I think that would be a great initiative.
Thank you, Fahd.
I will make it very short and sweet. I think your question was whether it gets discussed often. I think my answer is not as often as it should be, but it should definitely be
part of the
prioritized and something that I personally see a lot of value in terms of aligning, in terms of bringing that harmony and leveraging from the similarities between the countries. And I think we have the foundation, which is the regional firms. There's lots of regional firms here operating in the GCC with similar sort of demographics, etc. So why not?
Oh, thank you, Mohammed. With this, we have come to the end of this topic. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you for listening. Whatever questions you have sent us, we'll respond back to you. Thank you to the panel.
Thank you to our remarkable speakers for engaging and thoughtful debates on the changing landscape of nationalization across the GCC. And a special thank you to our moderator, Anil Singh, for guiding an exchange of ideas. This conversation has given us a deeper regard for the regional threats, challenges, and innovation shaping workforce strategies today. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you again. Shall I start?
Yes, just 2 minutes.
कितना बजेगा?
Hana Bukharmi, please can you come here on the stage? Auntie? Okay.
في غيري؟ أنا بخلي صح بس في على البانل غيري صح ولا لا؟
नहीं कुछ ब्रेक नहीं है. This is last. It's okay. It's time to celebrate success. It's time to celebrate success, real-life stories from companies leading Emiratisation. Moderated by Anirudh Ghosh, Senior Vice President at TASC Corporate Service. This session features Marjay Moment, CHRO at Al Fardan Exchange, Badr Al Hamadi, Chief Corporate Service Officer at the Abu Dhabi National Energy Company, Elias Abdo, CEO at Hydropower Energy and General Construction, Hana Abu Kharmi, CHRO at Serco. Let's hear how they making difference.
Finally. Sorry, am I audible at the back? All right. You know what is a tough job in this world?
One of the tough jobs in this world is to be the moderator of the last panel. Because I'm the last man standing between all of you and a sumptuous lunch which is getting served outside in the next 30 minutes, all right? And you know a tougher job than that? Being on that panel, actually, yeah? So may I have a round of applause for the panel members who are sitting out here. And I promise you, all those grumbling stomachs and all those guys who are getting tired, that next 30 minutes, we will have a trailblazing storytelling by some of these thought leaders in the market who have actually made Emiratisation a success in their organization. I don't need to introduce them because I think you know Marji, she's the CHR for Fardan. I have Ilyas, who's the CEO from Hydropower. We have Badr, who's from TAQA. He has so many stories to tell, I have to stop him at the coffee machine. I said, we will have some storytelling inside. And we have Hana. Hana, thank you for coming over. Now, I will break this session into 4 parts for all of you. When we talk about success, I will break this into 4 sections. One, we will talk about strategy a little bit. We will talk about the recruitment side and acquiring talent. The third section, the talent management within your organization. And 4th, talent retention. I request all of you to contribute, add to each other's question wherever you have a view. It is for the audience to know that how you have made this a success within your organization. So to open the forum, Badr, to you, how is TAQA's transition goals, align with the Emirati talent and the net zero 2050 strategy of this nation?
Well, assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for hosting me today. For those who left for their refreshment, they will miss a lot, I would say, with my colleagues here. I think this is a very good question on how we link our strategies with the net zero or the national agendas. As you are aware, the utility sector goes under a massive transformation. That's mainly driven by the national agenda like the net zero, the energy transition, and the technological advancement, as you know. And in order to achieve this, we need to focus our strategies on building an Emiratis talent pool that is able to drive the change. It's not about only hiring people. I think it's easy for us in human resources to hire people. The target here is to hire that pool of Emiratis who are skilled and then diverse, as well as ready to lead the change. At TAQA Transition, we understood this earlier, and therefore we started first with revising our strategy, where we, in our strategy, embedded that Emiratisation, be it starting from the recruitment, where we have dedicated number of roles that is for Emiratis at different levels, means young and also up to the leadership, as well as developing those talents once they join, retain, upskill. In the past years, we were struggling to make up the numbers of Emiratis. And this is maybe because of the niche of the business that we're doing. Yet, in the past 2 years, I need to look at my card here just to give you a right numbers. We moved from having 50% of Emiratis to 55 in 2024. It wasn't easy really to drive. You may see it's just 5%, but that's per percent. If we translate it to a number, that's a huge number of Emiratis joined the organization from different groups, different level. And then when we hire, not only hiring, but then also how we can keep these guys, and that part of the strategy where we develop different programs. I know KPMG, Mohammed says Intlaq, a word called Itlaq. And that's in 2 different levels. One is for the graduates, and also the other one is for technicians. So the idea was we acquire the right talents, then we develop and retain. That was part of our strategy.
So hold the thought there, Badr. Ilyas, I come to you. Hydropower infrastructure projects, right? How are you aligning your Emirati talent with these national projects that are happening?
Well, for us, it's a bit more challenging than from Badr's perspective. We're, just to give you a bit of background on hydropower, we've we're an engineering construction company, mainly in energy, utilities, and infrastructure. So we have 3,000 employees, of which I would say 80% are blue-collar workers. So we have 20% sort of professional staff, if you like. And out of this, we would have to try and hunt the best Emirati talent we can get. Obviously, competing as a private sector entity, competing with the public sector is obviously one of the biggest challenges.
Yeah.
Competing with our own client like TAQA, obviously, which are trying to pull from the same pool that we're trying to pull out from as well. So these are the challenges that we face. Now, to break it a bit more, so we have probably around 600 professionals in the company, of which the split there is, again, there's 70%, I would say, technical orientated, and more 25 to 30% are sort of administrative orientation. So what we're seeing is that the majority of the Emiratis that we're managing to attract are more on the administrative side of the business, which is good and well, but we have a much bigger field to fill on the technical side, and that's really where we're struggling a bit to
So right now your focus is most on the administrative side of the roles with the UAE nationals, and you're trying to build up the...
It's not a focus, it's where we're managing, to get the talent. And going back on some of the sessions earlier today, although we do have quotas, we don't work to quotas. We started hiring Emiratis well before programs like NAFIS came along, and it's always been my dream that one day I would have a project manager who would be an Emirati, and this is a dream that I'm hoping to achieve in the next 10 years.
Absolutely. When I first spoke to Margie about this panel, Margie said, I'm not coming on stage. So I said, Margie, you need to come on stage with me to do this. Today we'll take some secrets out. So Margie, help us understand in your strategy of acquiring UAE national talent, how does collaboration as a general works? Because we spoke about collaboration with universities and other areas, right? Give me a little bit of insight what FX is doing in that area of collaboration.
Okay, first of all, thank you for having me. Twisting my arm and getting me on this stage was a deal in itself. But again, if I just give you a little bit of background about Margie, I've been here for over 30 years. This is my home. I am a national. I really am. And I think I've got an added advantage there when it comes to being a CHRO. I've worked with Emirati families before in the region. I've worked across Saudi and Qatar and those places as well. So I do have a little bit of an edge, I say. Never mind my qualification, I've got the edge. I am a local. So when it comes to going into companies, looking at Emiratisation, I think the advantage I have is I don't look at that number, I don't look at that quota. True. So I look at how can I think outside the box. I'm in an industry at the moment which is, we have many, many blue-collar workers as well. We've got over 90 branches at Al Fadan Exchange. So how can I get Emiratis to work in a branch? We're not a bank. Banking is quite exciting. We're not that exciting. Well, I wouldn't say that to my boss, but this is how it comes across. So we have the back office and then we have the retail. So it's really thinking outside the box how to do it. And when I went into Al Fadan, which was around 10 months ago, I really thought about my previous experience. Go to the universities, go to these young Emiratis who are just incredible. They're really motivated to work and to find a job. And how do I get them excited about working at Al Fadan Exchange? So it was going into the universities. We are in there now with HCT. We are across the whole of the Emirates, not just Dubai, not just Abu Dhabi. We go further afield into Fujairah, Al Ain, Ras Al Khaimah. We literally sit with young graduates, see what they are aspiring to be, and then kind of put programs together, how we can bring them from graduation into our business. So we're on site with them, we're educating them, we're upskilling them. We've even got simulation centers now where they can get on-the-job experience. Am I going to like going to work at Al Fadan Exchange? So we've had to really think outside the box to get people to come to us. And it's worked really well. And it's not only just the likes of the universities, we're with the academies, with the ADGM, DIFC, AI, innovation, young graduates, I mean, they know everything that I don't know for sure, about AI. So they're teaching me what programs would work, what would excite them to come and join us.
So you are creating an ecosystem through those simulations for people to understand your work and the ecosystem better, as an organization.
Yeah.
Hannah, I come to you. Share some partnership strategies that you are following. Serco is a huge public services organization, right? They're huge. Their volumes are quite high. What are the talent acquisition strategies that Serco is actively pursuing to get UAE national talent within the organization?
Thank you very much for having us. Really interesting conversations today that we can all take back and process and use, actually. I think I'd like to summarize maybe in 3 main points. To start with, having partnership-led recruitment is really important. Benefiting from the programs that were mentioned today, like the likes of NAFIS, programs with Muhri, programs with organizations like Mawahib in Abu Dhabi, Azam, even private organizations that tap into inclusive employment, like for those 4 people of determination, like the Butterfly, like I'm Inclusive, for example. We focus a lot on these partnerships and understanding the different programs and how we can benefit from them and how we can shift and plug and play these different programs across, the different Emirates and the contracts that we have. Then we also participate in job fairs. We go to universities. Zayed University was a recent job fair. HCT as well, that was mentioned earlier. And even high schools. We had an initiative with Muhri that focused on high school graduates and getting that early career kind of program. And then I think one of the most important points is to align with our partners and our clients on our agenda and our goals. Because at the end of the day, for us, it's not a tick box exercise. It's to ensure we create meaningful and impactful jobs. And that requires alignment from all parties. And that means working towards a vision where we have objectives, we have milestones, we progress and measure our progress and have, set metrics around that. So I think that makes it sustainable and it keeps it creative as well, looking at different jobs, different sectors and different industries.
So although I didn't intend to ask this question, but it's interesting. What did you mean by that butterfly word? What is that partnership that you guys are doing? If you can just give us a brief.
Absolutely. It's a private organization that works with the UN. It also works with many government and semi-government entities. We're members of the Butterfly, and we've actually have received an award of being an inclusive employer. They focus on people of determination and talent that, isn't always prioritized for all organizations. And we know that people of determination have a big agenda in terms of the 2030 vision. So it helps us get, into those talent pools that sometimes are not at the biggest piles in terms of recruitment. And that really helps us prioritize our inclusiveness agenda.
I think that's a great insight for all of you. I think that's a great way to, get the inclusivity in the organization. Thanks for just getting deeper into that. Ilyas, I come back to you with a question. How do you see, and you are in a very technical organization, in an industry-wise, right? How do you see leadership, women leadership, especially in Emirati talent pool? How are you building it, driving it? Where do you see challenges and where do you see opportunities, specifically in women leadership within the Emirati talent pool?
I think there's been a lot of discussion about retaining the talent, and I think this is the challenge that we all have today. I think this word is going to resonate throughout it resonated throughout the whole day and throughout this whole event. We've tried our best to, as a private entity and as a local company, we do not have the multinational programs that other people have that they can just, dive into and get and implement. So we've had to develop our own personal development programs in order to try and get a lot of this talent to understand how important it is that they develop into certain roles. It's also important that, you have to move people around until they find their own feet of what they're comfortable with. So we had recently an employee who's been with us for about 18 months, and HR had just totally given up on her because they put her in about 4 different or 5 different roles, and the output was just not there at all. So finally, she moved into accounts, and they said, this is the last, we've tried our best with this person, and there's, nothing's going to happen. And suddenly, she picked herself up, and now she's a rising star in that department. And, that's an example of how you really need to, you attract the talent, but you really need to find the right placement for them as well. And within the company, it's a two-way street. The company, there's always this impression that the locals are coming on board because we have to bring them on. And that's not really the mentality that I try to, I don't want that to cascade down as an idea, because it's not true. And also at the same time, the local staff that come on board, they have to understand that there's no special treatment here. You're an employee in this company, and it's a level playing field for everybody. And that's also, that's important that you set that tone. So that two-way street actually works. But we have a champion here. She's sitting with us today. She's, a very important part of our health and safety department.
And what's the story? You just told me the story.
Well, I mean, she came on board, and everybody was skeptical. Health and safety is in, you go to a work site, so you're doing a project for TASC transmission, and these guys really, they really, it's a handbook, and the handbook, it's word for word.
I'll put both of you together for a lunch. I think there's a conversation pending sometime between both of you.
So, I mean, the health and safety, so the health and safety personnel can stop the project, if they see that something is not there. And sometimes, even the male experienced people find it difficult to talk to project managers. And so we've had a young Emirati lady who came on board, very fresh, did her training, went on the site, and now she's a leader in her field, and we're very proud to have her.
Is she here?
Yes, she's here. She's
Can I have a round of applause for her, please? Can you stand up, please, for us?
Please stand up. Stand up.
We're looking for you to stand up. A round of applause for her. She did make a difference in the organization, and she proves that it's doable. Thank you so much. Thank you for the story.
But if I can just echo what you were just saying, Ilyas, I can remember all those years ago being in school and thinking, what am I going to do when I leave school? And I resonate with what you're just saying, because we have the same challenges. Even though you're nuclear, we're not a shiny, sexy company to work for. We're not this bank I refer to. But what I have found myself that has worked immensely well across the back office, especially within Al Fadan Exchange, is try and buy. A lot of these graduates, I'm sure many of you don't remember what you wanted to do when you leave school. I remember I did something else, and now I'm a senior HR person. It's been my profession, I love it. So what we've tend to find, and what has worked for us at Al Fadan, is you come in, maybe you start off in marketing. You've just graduated, you've got a marketing degree. Let me try that. You know what? I hate marketing. And this is what happens. So let them try and buy it. Put it on that professional roadmap with what they've studied, if that's what they want, and then give them a buddy within that office who can help them, guide them. They've just left university. I mean, I'm scared stiff being on this stage today. So imagine going into a new place after uni. It's terrifying. So give them that buddy system. That's what's worked for us. Give them that marketing. You know what? The 3 months program in marketing didn't work. How's that assessment when they've come out? Okay, let's go and put you in legal. Do you like legal? And it's as you've just said, eventually they'll find where they're comfortable, where they want to be challenged, improve their skills, capabilities. And this is what I have found to work over my many years in different industries. I think that's the roadmap we should be looking at, not just,
And if I build on that, Margie, it is, what you said is intentful integration and opportunity, right? Yeah. So, Badr, I come to you. We were talking about it, right? The onboarding and the integration approach that TACA takes, to create long-term careers for people in your organization. Help us understand that, right? Give us a little bit of insight into that journey.
Yeah, well, see, it's important to have a pool of talent that is ready to do the job today and also lead for the future. In 2018, I've been called by the CEO and he says, we need to revise our way of developing talents. What we need to do? You've been there in the sector for quite some time. For those who don't know, I'm an engineer, by the way, ending up in HR. I started my career as an engineer and then landed in human resources. And I was thinking on what we can do differently than everyone does and how we can bring that value to tackle that issue which we used to have of not having the pool of talents who's ready to lead them in the future. And the idea was for me simple. What we can equip them with today in order to be ready to drive tomorrow. And when I looked at it, and I looked at my journey, I was thinking, okay, these guys used to be in the school, they are kids, they just do their studies, that's what they know, but they don't know how it's really when they be in work. And then the idea was we develop a TASC program, we call it. Atlaq, for those who doesn't know, in Arabic means lunch, when you launch a new thing. So Atlaq was for me a 3 stages program where we first take these guys from being in the schools and prepare them to be ready for the workplace by equip them with the soft skills, which we call them for 3 months, where we equip them with the basic needs of being an employee from being a student. And that was the initial step to prepare them. Now, when I reflected on that, I said, okay, after we prepare them, what we need to equip them with to be able to do the job? So the idea was of 1 year of on-job training where they will be assigned with a mentor, a buddy, as Maggie just mentioned, where they will acquire that technical skills required to be able to perform and deliver once they become a full-time job employees. But the idea was not just to have a buddy, but then also there were checks as we go to ensure that these guys are gaining what they need to gain, each in his fields, means if it's an engineer or whatever it is, in order to be prepared to lead in the future. And then this is when it ends up with them being assigned to a job. At the same time, they will be also assigned with the mentor and the coach who will be there with them. And we usually use, we choose those SMEs, each in his field, to make sure that these guys also have a reference point to go to learn and fill gaps if they're having gaps. This program, since it started, we hired 256 employees or graduates, international graduates. In the last cohort for the DEI thing, diversity, equity, and inclusion, half of the total population of 54 who joined the program are females. And this is very interesting for me. Being in the field, know how it goes. Back in days in 2005 or 6, when I was an engineer, I came to a room of engineers. It was a technical, it was DU actually. And it was filled with males, maybe 2 or 3 females on the side who are doing the comms. When I did one of the town halls and we called our employees, the technical team, I would say, it was like 45-55% of female proposition to males. And I was amazed. And I told them, guys, back in days, 10 years or 12 years back, in similar context, it was even not equivalent to 5%, or 5% is too ambitious, actually, 1%. And the DEI initiatives, all of us adapted, made us able to achieve the agenda that we say we're going to achieve back in days. And that's what makes it unique. We didn't stop there. We pushed the limit. We went out with Atlaq Technician Program to develop the pool of the technicians, which is, the lower level of our business, but also the most critical. These are the guys who are in the field, operates and maintain our equipment to ensure we deliver that sustainable power and water to the residential and commercial in Abu Dhabi and beyond.
So you created a journey, you trained them well, you kept them there. Hannah, question for you. You find talent, you onboard talent, right? You manage talent. Next big challenge is retaining talent, right? In industries like public services, retention is sometimes challenging, right? What are the different programs that you're building within your organization? For example, remote working, coaching, whatever it is, right? Give me a little bit of insight as your organization. How do you retain and keep Emirati talent engaged within your organization?
I think retention in the public sector is very challenging. It's very dynamic. interacting with citizens and residents all the time, and the standards are very high as well. To start with, we look at internal mobility and growth opportunities. It's really important that we have clear growth and career paths, allow people to also have, cross-functional, cross-contract, basically rotations. And just to give some examples, looking at some stats just before I got here, we have in one of the well-known government organizations in Abu Dhabi, around 24% of the nationals on that contract last year had promotions or internal movements. In a contract, and a critical contract in Sharjah, we had 41% of the roles actually being filled through rotations or promotions as well for nationals. And then also looking at how we can have mentorship-led programs. So our graduate program, which has won an award in the region because it's been replicated in more than one place, is a great example of having, fresh graduates that come into the business and then have clear objectives and then grow into managerial roles like management consultant roles, roles around experience design management. And then having that mentor that builds that confidence, that builds that trust and that sense of belonging, doing regular check-ins and checking the pulse on engagement. So we have engagement programs and engagement surveys where we check on the results and the population of nationals to ensure that we have a clear understanding of the strengths and what drives basically their engagement. For us, some of the highlights were around health, safety, and well-being, also around clarity on the role that they're doing, and listening to their views and understanding their feedback, and basically making sure that we continue to evolve as culture and as an organization. And then, of course, having critical and purpose-led roles. Speaking of critical roles earlier, we have the first air traffic control national female that basically qualified in Sharjah, which we're very proud of, and many other female success stories there. 52% of operational roles in air traffic control are nationals, and that's a very critical role. That's very important for the country, and just having that national pride and linking with a wider vision and making sure they understand their contribution. And then, of course, comes the policies and the frameworks. So flexible working, which we've heard earlier, hybrid and remote policies. We've also embedded part-time work, which has been a great hit with female nationals who want to balance home and career. And last but not least, all of this is tied up with that sense of belonging and creating a culture that is purpose-driven and having, your social impact initiatives, your DE&I initiatives that are totally embedded in the culture to achieve that.
Wow, that's a lot. Guys, a round of applause. That's a lot of initiative to be taken. You did answer a future question of mine, which I wanted to check is, beyond the numbers, what are the other measures that you track? And Margie, I will come to you with that question as well, which talks about the success of your Emiratisation. And I think you partially answered that question. But is there any other metric that you track which talks about the quality of your Emiratisation process or project beyond just the numbers?
Absolutely. So basically looking at the promotions and career growth, how people have progressed and grown in the organization. I shared some stats earlier, then qualifications and knowledge transfer, how many certifications have been acquired, especially in regulated environments like fire rescue services, where 32% are nationals. It's really important to have a license to get into that job, So air traffic control, we report quarterly on the progress and the validation and qualifications. And then you also have basically year on year what you have as an agenda in terms of your acquisition and retention. So year on year, of course, we get huge applications, like I'm sure many of the organizations here, but 12% of our hiring and above has been dedicated for nationals across different contracts on average. This can go up to 50% in some of the contracts, though they only have 2% of the exact applications. So that's, when you look at, your prioritization strategies, that's really important to basically focus on. And then also KPIs and metrics in terms of performance. So 47% of one of the very important guest experience contracts that we have in one of the main airports in the country focuses a lot on guest experience and making sure that, guests feel greeted when they come to the airport. And that's a demanding job, and it's shift-based.
Sure.
And, the airports move very, very quickly. So that's definitely a metric that we look into, and everyone loves an award. We got 2 awards last year from NAFIS. We've had Mohri awards for achieving platinum status, and we do our own awards. We call them Pulse Awards because it's about, impact awards, sorry. It's about creating an impact in the organization, and we've had several wins last year for success stories in nationalization, and this is a global award for Serco, so it's a really important thing for us.
Thanks, Hannah. Margie, briefly, if you would like to add that what other metric or KPIs that you track or any other parameter to see the success of your Emiratisation program within the organization?
Again, just following up what Hannah said, we track a lot of those things as well. I can't really say there's anything that stands out to me, but one of the things that does stand out a little bit is the fact that we have to look at how many people have gone from just being role fills to capabilities. So we track those capabilities, as we say. It's not necessarily, I wouldn't call it a KPI. I mean, but at the end of the day, we need to track it. Where's your capabilities? You started off here. Where are you now? Where you need to be? So we're planning for the future, really.
Sure. Ilyas, a question for you while we're on the retention discussion. Very difficult industry. Not from a perspective of every industry is difficult in its own sense, right? But it's also a very difficult industry to retain talent generally, right? What are the challenges you are facing retaining national talent within your industry? And what are the strategies you are taking to retain them?
I mean, the biggest problem we face is obviously you're competing with the big multinationals, especially now that all these programs, everybody's hunting in a pond, basically. And the pond is getting smaller as people are picking up more and more talent. But hopefully with the new graduates coming on board, with the programs that we're trying to implement, with the personal development programs we're trying to put in place, so we're trying to, as much as possible, try and keep the talent that we have, because we have invested a lot of money into the talent, the local talent. Retaining them, I mean, we've had people who've joined, especially on the technical side. It's extremely difficult. They join us for a few months, and then suddenly they apply to ADNOC, and they immediately get a job. Well, 6 months before, he couldn't get that job, but that 6 months has given him the platform and the basis. It's good and bad because, we've set somebody on a career path. So, sure. We feel good that we've managed to do that. But we've lost that talent, so we have to look for another one to do that. We had another gentleman that joined us, then 8 months later went to the Civil Defense Department, for example. Obviously, he's experienced. So luckily now we send our applications to Civil Defense to him, so he gets them signed up quickly. So that's always an advantage we've had. But we're competing with mainly government or semi-government entities. We're competing with a lot of the multinationals. And being a local engineering construction company, obviously, it is what it is. But we have to keep trying to show the talent that we can put them into niche places much easier than the bigger organizations.
I will open the discussion a little larger, but Badr, there's a question for you, which I'm very eager to ask you, and I hope you can give me some insight. It says, it's a question for Ilyas also, is that having a level field of organization with nationals and expats, it's essential to foster a workplace harmony. Badr, I would take your insight first. How do you drive workplace harmony in a very diverse organization? And maybe I will come to the rest of the panel members as well.
See, for me, diversity and inclusion and equity is very, very touching subject for me, personally, I would say. And it's a very, very important topic. A recent McKinsey study showed that companies who are diverse in their workforce and ethical background perform better than those who are more homogeneous. And the word better here means both at that capability level and also performance level. And in order to achieve that, you need to make sure that you have the policies, strategies to accommodate for everyone. Now, many times when I have discussions, people think DI is about women only being in workplace. That's one, true. But then also we have people of determination, different races, different also age groups, which is very important. At Taga Transmission today, you can't imagine 40 or 45% of our total population at age of 35 years and below. With a policy that has been established back in days, can you think of how this policy can retain those talents today in today's era compared to the policy that's been established back in days? That makes it easy for us. That makes it very difficult for us. And then we need to ensure that we come up with the policies, procedures that can cater for the needs of those individuals. Speaking of which, and the story that Elias just shared about, they prepare talent 6 months and then they leave. My niece spoke to me a few years back. She just graduated and she wants to be hired. And she says, my dad is looking for me for a governmental job. I says, don't. She says, I've been approached by PwC. Their pay is too low. I says, go for it, learn from there, and then you will see how the markets will poach you or try to get you in. My brother definitely was in different view to what I say. He says she make the triple or double of what she's earning today. I says, well, the future. She goes for PwC for the future. She did that 2 years, and part of the PwC's job, she was assigned to the tax authority to do the job of PwC. 2 years in a row, she was proposed to go for a graduate program, maybe with 12K. They got her as a specialist 2 years in a row. I think what you need to make sure is, especially at that private sector, which can't compete in terms of the pay, because our pay is a bit different, to show them the value in the future of staying, to show them what kind of additional skills that you can give them that they won't get in anywhere else. It's difficult, really, with our sector. We compete these guys. Sometimes they work with us a lot. They are our partners, but yet we also take from them. Makes their lives difficult, but that's the market.
That was the purpose of getting both of you together on this stage today, by the way. So.
That's the market, and this is how it goes. But together, we try to bring the change, bring the sustainability to the UAE.
So I think Margie wanted to add something, and then Hannah will come to you on the workplace harmony side of it.
I just think it's really important what Badr just said, and Ilyas, because even though you're nuclear or whatever you're doing, as an Alpha Dan exchange, I'm often like, oh my goodness, I'm a training ground for the banking sector. I literally have the same issues where we get people on board, we train them for a year or two, and then they leave and they go to the banks because they're higher salaries, as you say. It's more attractive, to do that. But again, then that's where you have to come back in, think outside the box. How am I going to retain this talent? Because after a year, 2 years of the investment, I want to keep them. So it really is just exploring the capabilities, the programs and everything else. That's what we've had to do, because otherwise my retention was going round and round. It was really bad, but yeah, I'm quite aligned with what you just said.
So thank you for that, because if you don't create the value, then that problem always exists, right? Whether it is public sector or private sector. Just in the interest of time, a quick question for all of you, and some quick responses. Which are the elements of this whole nationalization or Emiratisation program that can be taken across the geography, which is the best practices? Anybody would like to contribute? Hannah, you? I'll start with you, and then you can quick round over there, and then we can maybe summarize.
Sure. Basically, one of the programs that we replicate across the region is the graduate program. So the graduate program has been very successful in attracting young talent. The same principles apply. Let it be UAE or Saudi Arabia. So, for example, the graduate we had recently in in UAE had a degree in sustainability, especially after all the sustainability initiatives here. In Saudi, we launched a space division. So the graduate actually went to Germany, to our space division there, and did an internal rotation in space. How cool is that? Then internship programs, again, dealing with the likes of Mohri, Nafis, the Butterfly as well. These HRDF in Saudi Arabia, where these internship programs and early career programs can just be replicated. And the partnership programs in general. there's a huge investment from the governments and a massive vision. So making sure that you partner with the right organizations. So as I've mentioned earlier, many different organizations that you can partner with. It's just choosing the right one and making sure you understand what's right for your business and what's right for the talent pool that you have.
Badr, which part of the nationalization program can be replicated in the other geographies?
Yeah, well, in addition to what just Hannah said here, I would
Anything
say,
you want to add?
you know, some kind of structured career progression program. Talent mobility definitely is the key. Because at a certain time, you think it's just the money. It's not. It's also the expansion of the knowledge and the expertise, which matters for the people. So you make sure you make them in check by having a talent mobility program that they can gain also knowledge in different areas, be prepared for the future.
Thank you. Ilyas, anything other than that you would like to add?
I think the points are valid, and from our perspective, a tailor-made development program is very important.
Tailor-made development.
And that really helps the talent actually grow.
Aji?
Well, the same, I resonate with everyone. It's just the upskilling. Just keep the upskilling going. That's quite regional in itself. Yeah.
So we have questions coming up. We have many more things to discuss, but in the interest of time, thank you so very much. I really appreciate you spending the time with us. Thank you so very much. Hope it was insightful for all of you. In case you have any further questions, they are available for you. And I hope this was an interesting session for all of you to take something away. Thank you very much, and have a great day ahead.
What an inspiring way to celebrate success. A heartfelt thank you to our panel for sharing a powerful real-world stories of how impactful Emiratisation is being driven in their organization. And thank you to our moderator, Anirudh Ghosh, for leading this session with an insight and energy. Hearing how these companies are turned strategy into action has truly brought today's themes to life. Let's give them all one more round of applause for their leadership and commitment. And now, to officially close this remarkable day, please join me in welcoming Richard Jackson again to deliver our closing remarks.
Okay, thank you, Ramla. Thank you so much. So I'm conscious of time, so just let me wrap up today with the following. So I think today we've covered so much. I think hope that you found today very inspirational. I think there's been a lot of learning today. I hope that you've really picked up some interesting tactics, strategies to help you with Emiratisation in your roles. It's difficult to summarize. I just wanted to put a few key sound bites together. I think one of the things that's common across all of the panels today was really about how inspirational the leadership is of the UAE. I think that came through very strongly, and I think we're thankful that we live and work here. One of our speakers said Emiratisation is not a government project, but it's a national project for us all who are involved in business to really engage with. There's a common theme. Again, are you designing programs that Emiratis are really part of your business? Which is a key point. I think from our panelists from Chalhoub Group, I think one thing that was very interesting was the fact the CEO used to meet every single Emirati hire. How many of us are doing that within our roles and within our organisations? Do we really embrace each and every recruit to make them feel part of our culture? Khalid from PwC asked the question, rather than measure have we met the quota, we should really be asking have we recruited and retained the Emirati talent? Again, how committed are we? I really love the energy in Anil's panel of Fatima. who I think was probably our most lively and energetic speaker. And I think some of her challenges to us were sensational, and I think we should listen to some of the points she raised. And also in my panel, I again love the AI will squeeze the truth out of any data, which I think was a great point. So that's a summation. I think one thing for all of you, please download the report, as I said before. I think there's some amazing detail in there. And if you need any more help or detail, then don't hesitate to talk to any of us from TASC here today. There's plenty of us. So really just some thank yous before we close. I think thank you to Moray and distinguished guests today for supporting the creation of the report and the event today and collaborating with TASC. I think we're very proud that we've been able to collaborate with government on such an important topic. Thank you to all the panel members today, giving their time, views. We're very grateful for this. Diversity of views is really important to us at TASC. Thank you to all of our customers who are here today. We're very happy that you're here, and we're very happy that you choose to continue to work with TASC and support us in these types of events. Thank you to the sponsors who have generously donated. Thank you to all of you. It's really important. Thank you to all the other guests. If you're not a client or a customer of TASC yet, there's always a chance you could be if you stay around long enough today. And thank you to all of the TASC team today who have put this together. There's a lot of unsung heroes behind the scenes who we owe a lot to today. So please stay for coffee. There's coffee, there's lunch outside. Those of you who've stayed in the room all the time, thank you. Please take a look at the stalls for TASC and our sponsors. There's a lot of good technology products outside. And we look forward to seeing you next year. 2026, I think, will be even bigger than the last couple of years. So thank you so much for your time today. We look forward to seeing you soon. Thank you very much. Take care.